p.m. and I call to order the January 28th, 2025 board work session. We are holding this 30-minute work session to begin our book study discussion on Great on Their Behalf by Eric Journey Craybill. Each board member is assigned a section that he or she will facilitate at a designated board meeting. Do I hear a motion to convene the work session?
Madam Chair, I move we convene the work session.
Do I hear a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Now I will turn it over to Beth Sheely, who is leading the first section of the book.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Postlewaite, Dr. Price, fellow board members, senior leadership staff, and any guests who are in the room. I'm super excited to kick off our first book study for this new board entitled Great on Their Behalf. I'll admit I'm kind of a book nerd, so, you kind of started out with the book nerd, I'm sorry. Jumping, I did not test slides. Let me make sure I know how to do this. Yes, okay. All right, our outline for tonight. So I'm going to talk briefly about why we're doing a book study, the premise for this book. I'm going to toss out a couple of introductory ideas, and then we're going to dig into the first three meaty chapters and what they define as these certain types of failures that we would like to avoid as a school board. So I guess a number of you may have questions, or folks in the community, why are we doing a book study? So the idea actually came about as we were attending a Beyond the Basics workshop that the School Board Association was putting on this past year, and it was about ensuring student success. And I have to admit, that title captured my interest in particular. And there were a couple of board members there, Dr. Postlewaite, Dr. Price were there. And as this gentleman was presenting this presentation on how to ensure student success, at the end of it, he said these magic words. He said, I have this book, and I'll give it to you for free. All you got to do is email me. So I was probably one of the first people to email him because, again, I love to read, ask for the book. And after that workshop, a couple of board members kind of talked about the book, talked with Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price, and I'll admit I was super excited because I thought, there's some really neat ideas in here, and I really like the idea of focusing in on student outcomes. So that's where, after tossing it around a little bit, we decided, let's do another book study. We had done one about a year and a half ago, and it was Good to Great. I said that right, Good to Great, right? And even today, we reference phrases from that book study. And kind of jumping into this next section, why to do a book study, it really does accelerate your understanding, help you make better decisions. I don't know if y'all have ever heard the phrase that leaders are readers or leaders are learners. That's something I truly believe in, that we've got to continuously work on our craft, and I really think a book study helps us do that. And this gives us the opportunity to engage in professional learning as a board altogether. And ultimately, why now? To answer that question, to really establish our commitment of focus for this board moving forward, particularly as we kick off our new 5-year strategic plan. So, the book's premise, this was published in the board brief, I think about 2 weeks ago, so I'm not going to reread it, but just to give you an overview idea of what the book is all about. And really, it's about that first bullet, adopting a student outcomes focused mindset. So I told my kids, I said, y'all, we're going to do a book study. And so in a sense, we're going to model for our students what a book study looks like. And oh, by the way, you may still do this as an adult one day. It truly is how to help you to continue to grow professionally. So jumping in, I've thrown up a couple of introductory quotes from the book. And here's where we want to start getting more interactive. I wanted to get some of your reactions in looking at these two introductory quotes, or if there are other quotes from the introductory section of the book, I want to get some of your initial thoughts or reactions to what this book is going to be talking about. I will call out names if nobody talks. So just some reactions to this. It's a book study. So when you read something, you may agree with it, you may disagree with it. It may prompt ideas or thoughts. What are some of your initial general reactions to some of these quotes?
Okay, Well, as I jumped into this and started reading it's not really the forward, but like the beginning of this, and he was talking about having to close schools. And had they closed schools earlier, they would have been able to offer more courses. They weren't able to offer the courses because of the low demand. They didn't have enough students to take the courses. Had they closed schools and had increased the population of the remaining schools, they would have been able to do that. But we have quite the opposite problem. We have waiting lists, so I said, okay, I get this, but, our issue is just completely different altogether. So, but it's certainly piqued my interest, and as I read on, I think it's going to have a lot of redeeming qualities in it.
Going to that first comment where it talks about school board center adult wants and preferences above all else, my opinion is there has to be a happy medium between that. Because as school board members, we are responsible for, and our main responsibility should always be the children and their education. However, that being said, a lot of those adults that talk are parents of those children. So sometimes you get their wants that go along with the children as well. So that's why when I see that, just because it's an adult want doesn't mean it's a bad thing. That's why I think we need to find more of a happy medium, or if not, ideas just won't get passed around.
And to expand on what Mike said, I am a newer school board member. So when I started, I actually listened to the book because I'm more of a audible person. And I think that's also something interesting in today's environment for book study compared to maybe how it was when I went through school. Like listening to a book wasn't an option back then. I was like, oh my gosh, I never thought that would be a decision that would be on the table as a school board member. Like that's such a tough decision to have to make, to think about closing a school. So for me, what it highlighted was whether it's closing a school or another tough decision is that as a school board member, you do have to make some really hard decisions that people may not agree with. And that's really tough to sometimes stand there and say, I know you probably don't agree with the decision that we've made as a board, but we made the best decision that we could at the time with the information that we had. And it takes a pretty tough skin for people to be able to do that. And same for the senior leadership team. I think a lot of times you don't get to see what happens behind the scenes to make those tough decisions. But I really hadn't thought about the gravity of a decision like that as a school board member.
Do y'all agree with the second quote that every challenge the board faces can be addressed by becoming intensely focused on improving student outcomes? Okay. All right, so this next section is talking about what is called knowledge-based failures. So I threw up here kind of my best synopsis of what the author is trying to say in this section, that basically he thinks we're trained to fail by what we're focused on in our initial training. And then he differentiates between these, what he calls inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And wanted to kind of get your reactions again on this section, your thoughts. Do you agree with them, disagree with them? What are some things that jumped out at you in this section?
Okay, I'll just say one of the things that I read and highlighted was school systems only exist for one reason, to improve student outcomes. But what's so intriguing about this and kind of piqued my interest as I was reading the book is everything that we have to do to get elected has nothing to do with student outcomes. Mm-hmm. When the press asks you questions and you're running, when they send you the list, I'm not throwing stones, but even our school district questionnaire does not say, what is your game plan for improving student outcomes? It is, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this? So it's really interesting to me because I was like, wait a minute. Everything in this entire school board world revolves around adult inputs because adults elect us to the school board. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying I could see what the author is saying is you have to answer to the adults. You don't answer to the kids. But your number one thing you're supposed to be focused on is the kids. In fact, we don't even put a premium. This is just what I thought about. It challenged me the last couple of weeks. I said, we don't even put a premium on school board members being at schools or doing things with students. So it's just intriguing to kind of think about it. And I'm not saying proposing that we should go do all of that, but I'm just going, if you're going to focus on student outcomes and that's the target you're shooting for, it will cause you to make different decisions sometimes than you would normally make.
I think he called out what you're mentioning specifically too, that what you're doing to campaign, you have to shift focus after you get elected. And that's an adjustment, truly, because I mean, we get in campaign mode and then to kind of have to ratchet ourselves. I felt that after I was elected. It was an adjustment. Sure.
Piggybacking off of Chris, I think, and I had this actually marked going back what you were saying and what Mackenzie had said earlier, and I actually highlighted this when we talk about setting goals is, and a lot of times school boards fail or we fail, and it says the result of school boards being more worried about being popular than being effective. Mm-hmm. And I think that goes on what Chris saying about we're more worried, during campaign season, getting elected, getting on the board, but when we get here, we can't lose that thought of, we can't fail the children. And so, I mean, I totally agree with what Chris is saying, and I think we need to keep moving forward with the children and going a little bit further. And there was a quote, maybe a quote in here, but I know it's one of my favorite quotes, and I don't have it completely memorized, but I think it was from Mark Twain. He used to say, continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection. So I think you talk about, leaders or learners, doing stuff like this, continually improving ourselves instead of trying to, wait to that one moment where we just say it all at one time.
So here is another slide. Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I'm going with that thought.
I was just going to ask if anybody took the quiz that's highlighted in here. Did you go online and take the quiz? Huh? Did you pass it?
I did, but I think I missed 2.
I missed 2, yeah.
Y'all want to share a little more about what the quiz is?
Well, it's just on what he's just said. I think it's just a check to see that you absorbed it.
Yeah.
What he was starting off with, and I did for the most part. But I was a little surprised that I missed the 2 that I did. But I won't give away the answers, Casey. Yeah.
So I thought this was interesting. I pulled it out of the knowledge-based failures section. It mentioned a law that the Texas legislature passed specifically about what they expected for school board training, and basically that they're to be trained on evaluation and improvement of student outcomes. I thought that was interesting enough to pull out and wanted to get your reactions to something like this. I didn't even realize it was a law. Who knew? And you don't have to say, oh my gosh, I think that should be a South Carolina law, but
I won't go so far as to say that it should be a law, but I think that maybe it's a best practice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Certainly won't hurt.
So skill-based failures, this was the next chapter. And I pulled out a couple of quotes again, but don't feel like you need to focus just on these. But these were ones that kind of struck me. Wanted to get your reactions to these or any other components of this chapter that jumped out to you.
is not one of your quotes up there, but the part that stuck out to me was where it says, the school board that tries to focus on everything is the school board that ultimately focuses on nothing. There are many ways that a lack of focus can manifest itself. One common misstep of school boards is to try to please everyone at the expense of actually being focused enough to help anyone. And that's hard because we have so many people who are concerned about things and value things that they think are important, and we want to care about that, but it's hard to do it all at one time.
And you feel like that's our role too, is to identify what are those key focuses that we need to. Yep. One thing I can share just from my perspective, in looking at that second quote up there, that often board members have experience setting goals from a managerial perspective versus a governance perspective. I can definitely see that. I've worked in a manager role at a number of different levels, and it is a different skill to manage the day-to-day work of a people or a group than it is to kind of step back more and to govern kind of priorities and the overall visions and goals for a body. I can see this it aligns a little more if you're up 4 or 5 levels of management. You do tend to manage a little different, closer to a governance perspective, but it's definitely a shift in mindset and focus of how you lead, I guess. And I thought that was pretty significant. It's an adjustment. So this was a couple of questions that this chapter pulled out to kind of ask yourself, to do an inventory. And I have to admit, as I started kind of looking through these, there were some ahas for me. What were some of your ahas or thoughts based on these?
It's a strange balance because there's legal requirements that the board has to check certain boxes on legally to accomplish, which are sometimes not necessarily focused on student outcomes per se. I also think it's easy or hard, depending on how you want to define this. For some people's mindsets, it's very easy to stay at the top and think very high level and see a bigger picture. But some people's brains work differently, and the way that they get to the higher level is by analyzing and digging in. And sometimes that can look like it's not focused on a higher level or a student outcome or something that's more strategic, but that's how that person's brain gets them there. So I think it's a hard balance for school boards because you want to do all of that, but the reality is sometimes you can't accomplish it all. And like a meeting may look to the public like we're not focused on student outcomes because there's certain requirements legally that we have to meet.
I guess I wanted to touch on one other thing from the chapter that I thought was really interesting. Is it showed, I don't know what the size of the school board was that this gentleman worked with, but they had their original board goals. And the original board goals were very high level, very generic, lots of buzzwords, because it almost appears as usually with a board is so big and broad in scope, you don't want them to get into details. But as he coached them, they came back with more specific targets, like we want this to improve from this percentage to this percentage in this period of time. So the one thing that I drew from that, rather than just getting tied into hey, your goals aren't smart and they need to be smart. What I saw was a need for your superintendent and your district staff to work very closely with the board. If for some reason there's not synergy and harmony for them to work together, most board members are not joining a board having an idea of, is 56% scoring outcome good? Is that bad? If we improve it to 62%, is that better? Is that not? And so sometimes you really have to have a learner mindset to say, yes, I am a board member, but I really need my district staff to explain to me, this is really good. In the world of engineering, to go from a 56% score to 62% score, that is not acceptable. That's still failing. But in the education world, if I'm taking a student who's in 3rd grade to 5th grade and he's improving 6%, I don't know, I'm making this up, so you all may correct me. But I'm just saying, that may be something monumental for the particular student, population that you're looking at. And I just said to myself, I don't understand how boards can get to a point, the board and the district staff and the superintendent cannot work well together, because to me, that's the essence of failing the students, because neither one of you are really working together to pull in the same direction. Sometimes you may disagree, and you may have to agree to disagree, but they are in my mind, okay, if we want to talk about HVAC units, hey, I can talk about that. I can tell you cost. I can tell you all this stuff. When you start talking about a student who's reading on this level at 1st grade and then moves to this 2nd grade, I can't tell you whether he improved or she improved or not. But somebody like Dr. Postlewaite probably can say, yes, this is a big jump, or this is a small jump, or this is on target. And I just feel like we have to work together, or else we're going to fail student outcomes.
Did any of y'all get caught up in this? I felt like that next to last bullet, you could almost read it 2 ways in my brain. You could read it, don't focus on adult inputs, or don't primarily focus. It's a means to an end. And I was just curious, did that settle well with you, kind of how that works? I mean, we still have to focus on the budget and facilities and all those things, because without them, we can't get to good student outcomes. But it's not the end, it's the means to the end. And I had to kind of twist my brain around that a little bit. All right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So we have to remember that this is a wonderful book written by Eric Journey Craybill, but it is not the Bible, so this is this man's opinion. And so we can agree or disagree with the things that he says. And you get the impression in the book there needs to be this major shift towards student outcomes and 100% focus on student outcomes. Kind of like Nick was saying earlier, it can't be one or the other. It honestly has to be both. And I think we could discuss there are times where there might need to be a little bit more focus on those adult inputs and then more focus on the student outcomes. So I don't know, my brain is just kind of mulling over that. So, yeah.
And one of the things, and golly, I really hate to kind of even broach this subject, to be perfectly honest, but he talked about our community involvement, and that can vary so differently from district to district. And I think we have strong community input here, which is great. Good, bad, and indifferent. It's good to get that feedback so that but I think he told it from his point of view, and it's obviously a much smaller district, obviously, and one that's on the decline, and so there's a lot of things that factor into that. That goes to your community involvement. I think when you get in those situations, I don't think that your community feedback is very good. It sounds like the whole community itself is dying. It's people are leaving this town where he was. So, but said I was little hesitant to even broach that subject, but we've had some moments. So, but I think this is good overall.
All right, so a couple of mindset-based failures. This is the last section that we were reading. some comments that you can get stuck in, and I'll be honest, you can get stuck into these in your personal life, in your professional life, potentially in your school board life. Any comments, reactions to these?
I think that first one's always the hardest.
Mm.
In any place you go, whether you move from one job to another and someone's training you to do something, you ask them why. I was like, well, that's just how we've always done it, where it may not be the right way or the most efficient way. So I think that's the mindset that you really have to break in any organization, not just school boards or anything, is you can't always say we've always done it this way, because if you do it the same way over and over again and you're not getting the outcomes you want, then you're doing it wrong. Mm-hmm. So you got to start looking forward and changing the mindset of, all right, what can we do that we keep everyone focused on what we need to be focused on. So that was the hardest one, is getting past that mindset. Well, it's just always been that way.
Mm-hmm. I literally had a conversation with a coworker today, and we were kind of referencing that last bullet. We have areas that we notice there's a lot of effort going into things, and people are passionate and trying really hard, but the results is what matters. And if you're not getting your results, you're wasting your effort. So that's an important one to watch too. All right, just to wrap up, a couple of potential wrap-up questions that we could end with today. Any comments on any of these? And you may have already answered some of these.
I'll approach the kind of favorite quote from the chapters, because I put a star by one. It's said, in a school, victory is achieved only when students learn to the degree we expect them to learn before time runs out, before they proceed to their next level of learning. I don't know, that just stuck with me to say, if I've got a fourth grader, there's certain things they have to learn in these next 180 days. And success is, did I get this fourth grader in 180 days to where they needed to be before time runs out? Mm-hmm. That just stuck with me. So.
Anything else? Absolutely glad to do it. I told you I'm a book nerd, so this was fun. Thank you all for your engagement. Madam Chair?
So much, Ms. Sheely. Do I hear a motion to enter into executive session? Hang on, let me make sure I'm not missing something, y'all. It's hard to do without a... Okay, do I hear a motion to adjourn the board work session? Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. Now, do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates, to receive legal advice in the matters of Barnwell versus Lexington County School District 1 et al., and Holmesley versus Lexington County School District 1 et al., and to review homeschool applications.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will now enter executive session.
mean, I was in a bit of a panic because I legitimately thought there was a physical altercation, because that's the alarm that goes off on our cell phone. So I just took off running to help Mr. Black, and when Mr. Black was, kind of saying stop, stop, then I realized with all of the cheers what actually was happening. I mean, I think I was in more shock than anything. I had certainly justified in my head that 2 weeks later I probably did not, get this award. So I was in complete shock.
Ashley is, when you first meet her, like I said, she's just a very quiet person. And so I think sometimes people can underestimate quiet people, but what she's doing is she's listening and she's processing all of the information, and then she's always going to come to the table with some really strong ideas. She's not someone who feels like she has all the answers, so she's always willing to take other people's ideas and viewpoints into consideration, including students, which I think is one of the things that makes her such an outstanding assistant principal.
What it means more than anything is just, I think it's a reflection of the really good things that are happening at Pleasant Hill Middle, and to be able to be a part of that leadership team and to kind of celebrate the growth that our school is having with our faculty, staff, and students, and just also being able to acknowledge some of the things that I've brought to the table as well.
Miss Dottie is always ready to help a student whenever they want to or whenever they need, really, and she's just always like the heart of like the principals, if that makes sense. She's just very like
helps students at the school put on a memorable performance of the children's book, The Dead Family Diaz.
At the beginning of the school year, when we realized what an amazing group of students that we had, we knew we wanted to do a production. And so I found a book called The Dead Family Diaz, which was a picture book that was all about Dia de los Muertos and kind of the culture around it. When Killian came to me at the beginning of the semester and said that they wanted to do an internship with me, I knew that Killian was really interested in writing. I knew Killian loved to write, whether it was plays, whether it was poems, whether it was short stories. So we decided to build this internship around her interests and what would help our show.
I was actually given the book my first day at the internship, and it already was somewhat started. I went onto the document that Ms. Simmons had already made and began, and then just somewhat went in editing and adding on to it, asking questions like, hey, would this work, would that work, and trying to be, of course, respectful as I can with the book and with a tradition that I'm not entirely familiar with. Just so fantastic to feel that. It felt very prideful. It was like, here's all this work that I've done, that Ms. Simmons has done, that these kids have done, and something's clicking and everything's going to go well, and that's the moment that I knew. We had a show, we had, something to work on and make better and better and better, and then today we actually put that on, and of course no show is perfect, but this was, my expectations were absolutely blown away.
When you see a student who is able to do something like that and create some work that they're excited about, that they feel proud of, and then be able to see it staged and mounted like that, that's why we do what we do.
I definitely think that I will do this again, and if I don't, I will hold these memories and experiences very close to my heart.
gives them an understanding of what we've done and what we've accomplished, and it helps them like gain more knowledge about our culture.
We are very proud of presenting for the 4th year in a row our Living Museum, which is an amazing opportunity for our students to be able to represent Hispanic important figures who have contributed to the world in a very positive way.
Not only shows like the culture, the heritage, everything with like Hispanic Heritage Month and the studies, but it also like opened our eyes to who these people were like outside of their careers.
It just means a lot to me because that these kids that are here today can learn about more about Jenny, about other people that are mentioned like Selena Quintanilla, Frida Kahlo. They can learn about more how they are, what they did, maybe how they influenced the world.
In the immersion program, it's very important for students to learn about culture, to be able to be immersed in the Hispanic culture, helps them having a wider perspective of the world and help them to contribute to the society and to embrace different cultures.
I think it just kind of shows like a more diverse understanding, and it really helps like appreciate the culture, because like of course there's a lot of cultures around the world that we can, you know, experience and learn about, but I feel like this is such a broad one that so many people don't know much about, and I think it's a good thing to share.
I think it's very important for our community at Gilbert High School to be able to participate in these kind of events and understand that the diversity and embrace that the diversity we have among our community.
I think especially after this, I mean, I could dig in not only more in Hispanic, but I mean like other cultures to get a like more broad understanding of everything, and I think it'll be nice.
I mean, I was in a bit of a panic because I legitimately thought there was a physical altercation, because that's the alarm that goes off on our cell phone. So I just took off running to help Mr. Black, and when Mr. Black was, you know, kind of saying stop, stop, then I realized with all of the cheers what actually was happening. I mean, I think I was in more shock than anything. I had certainly justified in my head that 2 weeks later I probably did not, you know, get this award. So I was in complete shock.
Ashley is, when you first meet her, like I said, she's just a very quiet person. And so I think sometimes people can underestimate quiet people, but what she's doing is she's listening and she's processing all of the information, and then she's always going to come to the table with some really strong ideas. She's not someone who feels like she has all the answers, so she's always willing to take other people's ideas and viewpoints into consideration, including students, which I think is one of the things that makes her such an outstanding assistant principal.
What it means more than anything is just, I think it's a reflection of the really good things that are happening at Pleasant Hill Middle, and to be able to be a part of that leadership team and to kind of celebrate the growth that our school is having with our faculty, staff, and students, and you know, just also being able to acknowledge some of the things that I've brought to the table as well.
Miss Dottie is always ready to help a student whenever they want to, or whenever they need, really. And she's just always like the heart of like the principals, if that makes sense. She's just very like good at what she does, and she's always ready to help whenever she needs to.
I think what everybody should know about Ashley Foudy is that she feels very deeply and she thinks very logically. Those two characteristics merge really well together to make pretty much the perfect assistant principal.
I mean, I'm certainly proud. You know, I'm certainly incredibly happy. I really appreciate, you know, the district nominating me. I feel seen more than anything. So I'm happy to represent our school and our district, and then I guess ultimately our state.
We just walked into the to the stage, and then we just waved to everybody to say hi, and then we explore our unified PE department. I was very excited, 100% excited for sure.
This is just a huge deal to me because I have always seen them as equals and as friends and as buddies and all that stuff. But today we got recognized nationally, which means that not only myself realizes that, but the whole school and the whole nation agrees with that, and that's huge.
Lexington One has been amazing in their unified and inclusive programming. River Bluff, before it was even actually built, had already signed off to be a unified champion school, which is completely different than every other school in the entire state. They had already planned to start some unified sports, inclusive youth leadership and whole school engagement within their school. And there's a lot of schools within Lexington One that have also bought in and have created this culture within the entire district that inclusion and unified is a pillar of their district, and it's something that they want to promote from elementary the whole way up through high schools.
I want all of our students to take away the thought of inclusion, the leadership and the courage to include everybody in everything that they do, acceptance, personal and social responsibility. All of those things are very important to the culture here at River Bluff, and important out in the world. When our students go out in the world, everybody is different. And seeing those differences here and including those differences here, students can take that for a lifetime.
We are teaching bigger lessons in life, teaching lessons about character, teaching lessons about folks being included in all walks of life. Our classes now for those students, you know, our project, our PE Unified, you know, Dance Unified, all those classes have doubled, where it's now competitive, where students covet that experience and they want to be a part of that experience. And these are some of our outstanding leaders, like Molly, who are outstanding young leaders who are giving their time to love and serve others. That's the core of River Bluff. That's our heartbeat, and that really speaks volumes to our culture.
All the students at River Bluff should realize that it doesn't only have to be at school where you include, it can be in the grocery store, in a restaurant, anywhere you are. I think that they should take away the being recognized nationally and take it away in their lives forever and ever.
One teacher in particular has stood out when I think of my journey at Red Bank, and that teacher is Miss Herring. One reason why Miss Herring has impacted my life is because she's always welcoming.
2 years ago when I first met you, you greeted me with a warm smile, and you looked excited to teach the class.
Hi, Miss Neto. You were my favorite teacher because you did not ever raise your voice at us, and you were funny and nice to everyone.
Don't read this.
Okay, I won't read it.
You're a great teacher and incredibly talented at teaching.
So, Miss Winley, I was thinking about you, and I just wanted to say thank you for all that you have done for me the past 3 years. You've been such an inspiration teaching me dance.
I met Miss Winnie my third grade year. It was her first time teaching at Perrion Elementary. I remember the first week of school going into her room and thinking she's nice and pretty. I knew it was going to be a good year. She helped me understand my nines timetable by teaching me the nines trick. She helped me become more confident in myself with friends and schoolwork. When I doubted myself, she helped me persevere through it. When I had trouble spelling a word, she gave me the strategies and tools I needed to figure out the correct spelling on my own. Even though this year I'm graduating 5th grade and moving schools, I'll always remember how Ms. Herring impacted my life, not only in learning, but in the person I am today. Beautiful. Oh my God.
I feel excited to come into your class because you create an environment that makes the students feel safe, understood. You have enough time for the class, and even though you are a wife, a mother of 2, and a teacher, you still have enough time to create activities and make everybody engage, and not only the students, but also you. Thank you so much for everything you've done, Ms. Garcia.
I was happy to go to your class every day, and you also had the best student teacher ever. Plus, you did Math Lives with us. Thank you so much. This means so much to me.
Get the points across and make every student understand it well. I can tell it's very clear you have a passion for history, and it really shows. It really does. From how detailed you are able to talk about it, down to you being able to get a full understanding of history so you can teach it so flawlessly, okay?
Anytime I get to see you, either I'm in musical theater, dance, or dance team practice, makes me feel the happiest. I feel like I can always talk to you no matter what. Thank you for being an amazing teacher and coach.
Aww, thank you, Maddie.
She is my favorite teacher. The kids who get her next will love her. Miss Winnie, thank you for being my teacher.
Tears.
Oh, I love you so much. I'm so proud of you.
Gilbert High student Killian Boyce, interning with the GHS drama teacher, helps students at the school put on a memorable performance of the children's book, The Dead Family Diaz.
At the beginning of the school year, when we realized what an amazing group of students that we had, we knew we wanted to do a production. And so I found a book called The Dead Family Diaz, which was a picture book that was all about Dia de los Muertos and kind of the culture around it. When Killian came to me at the beginning of the semester and said that they wanted to do an internship with me, I knew that Killian Killian was really interested in writing. I knew Killian loved to write, whether it was plays, whether it was poems, whether it was short stories. So we decided to build this internship around her interests and what would help our show.
I was actually given the book my first day at the internship, and it already was somewhat started. I went onto the document that Ms. Simmons had already made and began, and then just somewhat went in editing and adding on to it, asking questions like, hey, would this work, would that work, and trying to be, of course, respectful as I can with the book and with a tradition that I'm not entirely familiar with. Just so fantastic to feel that. It felt very prideful. It was like, here's all this work that I've done, that Ms. Simmons has done, that these kids have done, and something's clicking and everything's going to go well. And that's the moment that I knew we had a show, we had, something to work on and make better and better and better. And then today we actually put that on. And of course, no show is perfect, but this was, my expectations were absolutely blown away.
When you see a student who is able to do something like that and create some work that they're excited about, that they feel proud of, and then be able to see it staged and mounted like that, that's why we do what we do.
I definitely think that I will do this again, and if I don't, I will hold these memories and experiences very close to my heart.
It gives them an understanding of what we've done and what we've accomplished, and it helps them gain more knowledge about our culture.
We're very proud of presenting for the 4th year in a row our Living Museum, which is an amazing opportunity for our students to be able to represent Hispanic important figures who have contributed to the world in a very positive way.
Not only shows the culture, the heritage, everything with Hispanic Heritage Month and the studies, but it also opened our eyes to who these people were outside of their careers.
It just means a lot to me because that these kids that are here today can learn more about Jenny, about other people that are mentioned, like Selena Quintanilla, Frida Kahlo. They can learn about more how they are, what they did, maybe how they influenced the world.
In the immersion program, it's very important for students to learn about culture, to be able to be immersed in the Hispanic culture, helps them having a wider perspective of the world and help them to contribute to the society and to embrace different cultures.
I think it just kind of shows a more diverse understanding, and it really helps appreciate the culture, because of course there's a lot of cultures around the world that we can experience and learn about, but I feel like this is such a broad one that so many people don't know much about, and I think it's a good thing to share.
I think it's very important for our community at Gilbert High School to be able to participate in these kind of events and understand that the diversity and embrace the diversity we have among our community.
I think especially after this, I could dig in not only more in Hispanic, but other cultures to get a more broad understanding of everything, and I think it'll be nice.
Very good, Libby. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session? Oh, I think it's on. Hello? Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we complete executive session.
Thank you. Okay. I call to order the January 28th, 2025 board
Madam
meeting.
Chair, did we get a second?
Oh, do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now we will move on to item 4.0. I call to order the January 28th, 2025 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy and preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Mr. Mike Anderson.
Madam Chair, fellow board members, staff, and guests, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, I now yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, in the consent agenda, we have the minutes from December 10th, December 17th, student travel requests, new hire support staff report, and 2024-2025 homeschool applications. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Moving right along, we do not, oh, yes, we do. Do I hear a motion to approve 5 certified staff recommendations for 2024-2025?
Madam Chair, I move we approve 5 certified staff recommendations for 2024-2025.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 1 certified staff recommendation for 2025-2026?
Madam Chair, I move we approve 1 certified staff member recommendation for 2025-2026.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jinx. Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We do not have any other action stemming from executive session. I will state, though, that the board received legal advice in the matters of Barnwell versus Lexington County School District 1 and Holmesley versus Lexington County School District 1. No action is required at this time. All right. We are moving right along to what most of you are here for tonight, and that is our favorite part, which is our honors and achievements. Remember to grab your Proof Positive newsletter, which highlights our honorees. And that newsletter was on the sign-in table when you came in the door. Once we finish, we will give our honorees a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting. Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price, will you please step down front? Honorees, when you hear your name, come stand with Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. All right, first we are highlighting some high notes by honoring elementary students who were selected for the South Carolina Elementary Honor Choir. Singers, please come forward as I call your name. Sadie Cohn, Lillian Crawley, Isabella Inestrosa, Stella Leishman, Diana Mack, and Anna Lee Steele. These 5 students are from Centerville Elementary School. Congratulations. All right, the next students are from Lexington Elementary School. We have Gregory Bottoms, June Cho, Maddie LaRouche, Jackson Riley, and Caroline Rogers. Our next group of students are from Meadow Glen Elementary, and we have Maislyn Davis, Emily Thrift, and Evie Willis. Is it Evie or Evie? Evie. We have Evie Willis with us. And last but not least, from Midway Elementary School, we have Julia Wang. She might not be here this evening. Well, the South Carolina Elementary School Honor Choir is comprised of auditioned singers in grades 4, 5, and 6 from across South Carolina and performs at the South Carolina Music Educators Association annual conference. These young musicians are already composing their own bright futures thanks to the dedication and passion of their teachers. Congratulations. Now we move from the chorus to the cheerleading mat as we honor the Lexington High varsity cheerleading team. The team is represented tonight by senior members of the squad. Please come forward as I call your name. Riley Abed, Tomlin Cromer, Andy Deems, Jenna Durstein, Ramsey Frazier, Clara Hines, Patton Lawson, Naya Leapart, Caroline Locklear, Addie Powell, and Ruby Sharp. And also, could their coaches Murray Cromer and Lee Watson join them? This Lexington varsity cheer team cheered and stunted their way to a first place at the Class 5A Division I Competitive Cheerleading Championship in November, earning a total score of 331. This is Lexington varsity cheerleading's 8th state championship since 1991. Go Wildcats! All right, we're going to get a picture. Oh, and our lovely principal, Miss Jennifer McNair, is also joining them.
And your athletic director, Dustin. And your athletic director,
Oh,
Dustin.
and our athletic director, Mr. Dustin Curtis.
Yeah, gotcha.
Go Wildcats. Thank you all. Next, we want to highlight some of our talented staff members. First, would Dr. Susan Scott from White Knoll High School please come forward? Susan recently received a Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, administered by the National Science Foundation on behalf of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. This program recognizes outstanding teachers for their contributions to the teaching and learning of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Dr. Scott will receive a $10,000 award from the NSF and will also travel to Washington, D.C. for an award ceremony at a future date. Congratulations.
All right.
So wonderful. All right, for our last award tonight, we invite Ashley Fowdy, Pleasant Hill Middle's assistant principal, up to the front.
Yes.
We're being a little kinder in the way we're calling you up here than the way you were awarded. The South Carolina Association of School Administrators named Pleasant Hill Middle Assistant Principal Ashley Fowdy the South Carolina Middle Level Assistant Principal of the Year. Ashley was selected from an outstanding field of administrator candidates by a veteran panel of judges. Ashley has served Pleasant Hill Middle School's Pleasant Hill Middle School's assistant principal since 2021. She is an experienced educator who believes in providing high-quality learning experiences for all students. Congratulations, Ashley. Before I turn it over to Dr. Postlewaite to say a few words about Board Appreciation Month, I'd like to call your attention to the Ethical Principles poster. It's over here on this table that our board signs every January. We as a board would like to share with you all what it says. And so we all have a section to read. As members of the Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees, we pledge our efforts to improve public education in our community and will solemnly try to represent the interests of the entire district when making decisions and to rely on available facts and on our judgment rather than on individuals or special interest groups.
Understand the proper role of the board to set policies governing the district and to hire the chief administrative officer to carry out these policies. Encourage an open exchange of ideas by all board members during the decision-making process.
Seek regular communications between the board and students, staff, and all segments of the community. Attend all board meetings to study issues facing the board and to enact policies and official actions only after full discussion at such meetings.
Work with other board members in a conscientious and courteous manner befitting the public trust placed in the position of school board trustee. Communicate concerns and public reaction to board policies and school programs to the superintendent and other board members in a professional manner.
Support employment of the persons best qualified for staff positions and to ensure a regular and impartial evaluation of all staff. Avoid conflicts of interest and to refrain from using our board positions for personal or partisan gain.
Encourage recognition of the achievements of students and staff and of the involvement of community residents. Support legislation and funding which will improve the educational opportunities and environment for students and staff. Take no individual action which would compromise the integrity of the board or administration, and to respect the confidentiality of information that is privileged under the Freedom of Information Act.
Study current educational issues and to participate in training programs such as those offered through the South Carolina School Board Association, and make our district's educational setting the best possible to encourage all students to achieve and to love learning.
Perfect. Thank you all. Dr. Postlewaite?
Thanks. This evening we join school boards across the state and nation as they accept the congratulations, the appreciation, the gratitude of the men and women whom they serve. We are very, very grateful to have such outstanding board members representing us in Lexington 1. I think one of the reasons Lexington 1 has a powerful legacy is because you've had such strong and interested and dedicated boards over the years. You've had a very stable leadership in your district, and that shows. We stand on the shoulders of giants as those of us who are newly arrived in Lexington District 1 have the privilege of serving with you. So we thank you very, very much for what you're doing in your public service. In front of each of you, there is one of the author, Mo Willems' Pigeon books. We invite each of you to take this book, autograph it, and either deliver it to one of the Lexington 1 schools yourself, or if you're unable to do that because of your work schedule, if you'll leave it with us, we will deliver it for you. So we ask you in recognition of what you've done to donate one of these books to a school of your choice. And then finally, we asked our very creative students in Lexington 1 what it is they think school board members do. So if you'll join us for a few moments, here are their very interesting answers.
I can't wait.
School members sit on cool chairs. A school board member keeps people to be smart.
School board members make sure the schools have money.
I think school board members make lots of meetings.
the school board members make the best decision for our school?
I think a school board member is somebody that is in charge of school or is very known well in the school, and that is, a lot of people know them.
School board members help kids.
School board members make sure that we have the best schools.
Thank you, school board members.
Well, that sure was precious. We'd like to recognize the principals and assistant principals who are in attendance with us tonight. Would you please stand? Woo. Thank you all for taking your time tonight to help us recognize our amazing staff and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. If you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that right now. Oh, perfect. Congratulations. How are you doing?
Don't let Megan fool you. There's no film in her camera.
Okay, moving on to item 9.0, the superintendent's report. Dr. Postwaite, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Tonight we wanted to start by looking back 1 year at the Board of Trustee goals that the board established this time last year. We know that as you think about the syncopation of your board work moving forward, you're going to want to get the goal setting of the board with the evaluation of the board aligned a little better in the calendar so that we can have the board's self-evaluation, the setting the goals, and then the working with the superintendent on the superintendent's priorities aligned for future years. At any rate, these were the 5 goals that the board set for this year, and tonight we're going to use the superintendent's report time to focus on 2 primarily, with a bit on 5. But area 2 is supporting a working environment where employees have the tools they need and experience joy in their daily work while growing as effective leaders. We're going to report to you the first semester listening session feedback. This is where primarily Dr. Price and I go out in schools. We are located in school all day, and anyone who wants to come in and talk with us about anything is welcome to do that. In a few instances, senior leaders have covered for us because of scheduling conflicts, and I want to give Dr. Price credit for reinvigorating this idea in Lexington 1. It has worked out really well for us. This is not a complete list that we're sharing with the board, but we do want to show you some of the feedback that we heard multiple times, and over on the right-hand side of the matrix in the blue font, you'll see what we've done to date. If there's nothing in the right-hand side, it means we have not been able to address that concern. We're not ignoring it, we just haven't addressed it yet. The first area is curriculum instruction and scheduling. We know that the curriculum audit recommended to Lexington 1 that we do a better job of aligning what we teach across the district and how we hold ourselves accountable. In other words, they were saying that we have inequitable standards and expectations, and we needed to align those school by school. So a lot of recalibration needs to occur. We may have tightened up too much, and we may need to loosen that some, but we are constantly recalibrating. And I think it's fair to say that we realize that particularly in some aspects of ELA, we tightened up too much. Teachers were involved in that effort, but not all teachers were involved, and not all teachers understood the implications. So a lot of work has been done to revise and refine the tools that we're giving to teachers to help, and the amount of autonomy they receive. I'm not going to go through each one of these indicators tonight, but we did want to share them with the board. And of course, you have had time to look at these since last week. I want to mention the fourth bullet from the bottom. PK through 12, teachers talk about the woefully inadequate planning time, particularly for elementary teachers, but it's a concern in all grades. And one of the things that teachers are working on this year in the Teacher Leadership Council is how to deal with the complexities of time. They asked us to thank the board for the collaborative planning days. They get really important work done those days, and we may have them come and talk with you about some of the accomplishments that they've been able to achieve because of that release time. The report card concerns, of course, will be addressed tonight. The next area was supporting and retaining talented staff, and you see that there were some very specific requests there. In particular, we have a lot of requests for assistance with child care. We cannot provide child care in our schools because we don't have enough room, and in the schools where we have room, the child care requirements for the younger children would make it cost prohibitive for us to provide the child care ourselves. But there are some districts that are offering stipends to help with child care, and that's one of the ideas that has moved forward. There were several recommendations for technology and IT support, and you see that Dr. Rivers and his team are starting to take a look at those areas and have reported the areas they've been able to address so far. Next, we moved on to needs in the exceptional programs area. We've taken those concerns to heart. We don't have an abundance of special education teachers. I know that the Salary Study Committee was recommending that that's one of the areas the board look at specifically as you consider possible personnel bonuses for next year. Facilities, the first two columns on the left were lumped together on the right, but there really are concerns about outdated buildings, and I think we just need to be very overtly honest about the perception in the rural areas that the urban areas are treated more preferentially. That came up multiple times over and over. I think multiple times and over might be a little bit redundant, but it came up. It continues to come up, and we're hoping that our response to that I'll talk about a little bit more in a later slide, will really help people understand that the board is doing everything you can to make sure that all of our students have adequate and excellent facilities. That feedback from the listening session squares with the Leadership Council feedback that we've received. 4 big areas that the Leadership Council talks with us about when those teachers from every school come to meet with us once a month. They are convened primarily by Dr. Price. I sit in on those meetings, as do some staff leaders sometimes, but they've asked us to implement a few things with fidelity, indicating we're trying to do too much too quickly, and particularly at the elementary level, all of the areas are landing on top of elementary teachers' heads. And so they've asked us to try to slow down and implement well a few things, take some time to test those things to see if they're working before we make changes. And of course, a lot of the changes our teachers are experiencing are driven by the state curriculum cycles and textbook adoption, implementation cycles, and the assessment alignment to those cycles, and the fact that we have to change when the state does.
And Dr. Postlewaite, isn't it interesting that that number one on your slide aligns with a point that we read in our book tonight about doing too many things?
Too many things,
right.
Too many goals. My granddad, who tried to get the farm workers that usually work with him to help harvest, I think, tomatoes, couldn't make it. And so he had his son, who was in middle school, get a couple of his friends to help. And at the end of the day, I'm told my grandfather said, 1 boy is a boy, 2 boys are half a boy, and 3 boys are no boy at all when it came to getting help harvesting the crops. So too many goals are no goal at all. Provide adequate time, adequate planning time, as we've mentioned. Strive to create greater consistency among schools regarding the practices impacting teachers. Now, here I want to explain the teachers mean the time they're supposed to arrive at school, leave school, what their duties look like. They are not talking about how they teach and what materials they necessarily get to choose as supplemental, but it's the working conditions that they'd like us to ensure better consistency. And then finally, they do appreciate and understand the need to focus on academics, but there is a great fear that if we're not careful, we will focus on academics at the expense of children's love of learning, that the joy of learning is precious and should not be squashed or quashed, I should say, by the fact that we're driving toward student achievement growth. The next update I wanted to provide is about the fire that occurred at White Knoll High School on New Year's Eve. Some fireworks got out of control. Those who set off the fireworks promptly notified the proper responders, and they responded quickly, but the acreage leading up to White Knoll High School was totally burned, as you can see. We have spent $8,250 to hydro-seed that area to try to prevent erosion this spring. It's about 2.5 acres. Was there anything else that any leadership team members wanted to say about that? Okay. And then I wanted to talk about an initiative that we've had underway for at least a year now, and that is making sure that this board is in good shape as you consider facility needs. There were 3 things that needed to be done in my view. One was to get demographic study. The other was to get the next was to get a facilities analysis of what our needs are based on the demographics and the condition of our buildings. And the third was to really learn more about the approaches that are used in other places that are helping other communities realize levels of success. Our K-12 buildings, our PK-12 buildings are not so much the ones we were worried about. It was career and technology education. Our CTE Center is absolutely amazing. It is 50 years old, and before we build better or renovate, we want to make sure that we're looking at the best models in this country. So over a year ago, we asked Mr. Myers to begin looking for models that we could visit and think about in terms of what has been done other places as we consider our needs. So the first visit occurred this past week or two, and that visit was to the CTE and Business Center in Forney, Texas. Dr. Price, do you want to say a couple words about that visit?
Sure, I'll add. Mr. Myers did a lot of research to find a center that would serve the size that we are looking at here in Lexington 1, but also new innovative programs. And he discovered this facility out in Forney, Texas called Opportunity Central. And so we had an opportunity to go out and visit the facility, and it's a combination of advanced innovative technology education classes. It's woven into apprenticeships and internships that take place right there in the building. Around the entire first floor are shops, cafes, restaurants, boutiques, a flower garden, an escape room, all operated and run by students. So as they learn about the programs needed, or the skills needed to be successful in the world, they then get to go apply what they learn downstairs. The third part about this facility, which made it truly unique, is its embracement of the community. Forney, Texas is a relatively newly but fastly developing area on the outskirts of Dallas, Texas. As we were driving around the area, there were new neighborhoods, there were new shopping centers, there were new roads, there were new sidewalks, there was even new grass. And so, but all of this is being developed because it was largely farmland sprawl. But now all of these residential neighborhoods are sprouting up, but the community didn't really have a hub. And the superintendent and the board in this school district recognized that, and so they wove a concept that addressed all of the needs that they had with technology education while also identifying needs that the community had. And as a result, this facility was created and constructed. It's just over a year old now. So it gave us the opportunity to learn about different types of concepts for innovative programs while also engaging and weaving in internships and community presence. So it was a really educational trip, and I appreciate Mr. Myers leading a group of 7 of us who were able to go down and learn quite a bit.
Thank you. And there will be additional visitations in the future. We would hope that all board members would have an opportunity to participate as we look at models that may exist elsewhere so that we don't sell ourselves short. We need to build back better, not just build back or build new. So finally, I wanted to share 3 or 4 things with the board. This is the reassessment, the tax reassessment, property reassessment year for Lexington 1. Jennifer Miller has reached out to Chris Harmon and is arranging to meet with Mr. Harmon and his staff to make sure we understand how that works. And we are also talking with the other superintendents in Lexington County who are interested in scheduling a meeting with Mr. Harmon and his staff, the 5 superintendents, the chief financial officers, and perhaps a board representative from each board, so that we all understand what reassessment means and what that rollback of taxes means, so that as our property values go up, our taxpayers aren't harmed by not adjusting the millage accordingly. So that's a delicate and complex issue that we want to make sure we understand. I also wanted to mention that in February we will start bringing the board information on our budget development process. You have the solid recommendations from the Salary Study Committee. Our goal would be to get enough information to the board so that by your finance workshop on April 1st, we could have a special called session during that, at the end of that meeting on April 1st, so that the board could approve the teacher salaries and that you would be comfortable that you could approve what next year's minimum teacher salaries would be without raising millage or raising millage, depending on where you all want to set the salaries. But if you could approve the salaries that evening, that would let our teachers know what their minimum salaries would be before the time for them to sign their contracts. One of their big concerns is they have to sign contracts before they know what their salaries will be. And then finally, I just wanted to mention, we know that our policy manual needs to be revised. It needs a lot of work as part of the strategic plan, which we will bring next month and lay out in the 6, 12, and 18-month deliverable sections so that board members who are new can see the work that we did. It's the 6-month deliverable time point anyway, and if we had had the workshop last Thursday, you would have already received this information. But in there is a calendar for how those policies will be revisited over time, so that you can see it may or may not be what the board wants or finds adequate, but you can see what we're proposing, because we do need to lay out the policy review process and schema. So those things will come to you in February. Again, if we had not had the delay in the workshop, they would have been to you last week before tonight's meeting. So do you have any questions for me? I just allotted 10 minutes on the agenda for me, and I'm sure I'm right at that. I forgot to set my timer on myself.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you very much.
I would like to say thank you for listening to, the board has heard a lot of employees, especially teachers, talking about signing contracts and not knowing what they're being paid. And so hearing us and coming up with a solution to that, that's great. Board members, do you have anything for Dr. Postlewaite before we move on?
I guess I just want to make a comment. We had discussed last month, I think it was, about, we talked a little bit about audits and different types and all that thing. So when I was doing some research and asking some questions about the trip to Texas and just dreaming, you know, as we have been for the future, it just, I guess, brought up that in me again as far as an audit. Perhaps we could discuss that a little bit further and talk about maybe doing a bond referendum audit of our past bond referendum. That way, you know, I think it would ensure some trust in the public on if something like that were to come in the future, that, you know, maybe we learn some things that we don't do again. So just a thought that I had, wanted to share.
Report right now, but we could add as a talking point for the next meeting.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to suggest that that we look at the policy about how to add an item to an agenda, a board agenda, make sure we are in compliance with the board's new policy on that, and see if we can add that to the agenda for discussion February 25th. Would that be, that's our next board meeting date? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 10.1, which is citizens' participation. Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees solicits advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. If you are unable to attend this evening or uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the Lexington District 1 website. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, and programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. So our first person tonight is Ms. Madeline Mathias, and she's here to speak about grades in elementary school.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Madeline Mathias. I am a proud Lexington 1 employee, but I'm coming today as a mom of 4 students in Lexington 1, and again, we are proud to be a part of this district. And so I wanted to just discuss or ask the board to consider reinstituting traditional number grades in our elementary schools as opposed to the standards-based grading system that has been utilized since COVID. And so I just want to share 2 like personal testimonies and how those have impacted our family. We have a junior in high school who is a very strong student. He started with the numbers grading. Oh, that's called numbers? I get the terms confused, but just the traditional like 90s and 80s and things like that. So in elementary school and in 5th grade, of course, he had an amazing school and amazing teachers, but he had 2 of his best buddies in there that were all A honor roll students. And for some reason, he was kind of just like a get by. Like he did well. He's a smart kid, but he just kind of pushed him to want to be an all-A student completely on his own, not pushed by parents. And so that really started his pursuing academics more I don't know, more, he was more of a priority to him. Right now, Harrison, my student, is he has a 4.6 GPA, and he's taking 4 dual enrollment classes as a junior at Lexington High School, and his heart and like vision is to go and like complete. He has one purpose, and that's going to Clemson University, which, as you know, is an extremely highly competitive university to get into. But I really feel like his year in 5th grade, where he had the number grades and his buddies, it was like a competitive nature where he really didn't want to be the one that didn't have the all A's in the group. And so I really feel like that was just a really cool thing that the number grades showed our family that were very helpful. The other side of the coin was COVID came, and then we had the standards-based grading, and the way that that's impacted us as far as being able to help our own children. Not all of our children perform the same. Some need extra help, and my latter 2 children need a little bit extra help and meeting those standards. And when you get a PM, so if anyone, it's partially met, and not yet met. And, you know, for my first student that went through, he got a lot of PMs at the end of, you know, a lot of the report cards. And I thought, you know, okay, PMs, I mean, that's okay. At least it's not an NYM. And the iReady testing his 5th grade year showed that he was a grade level behind in math. But he had an amazing teacher and an amazing school and administration, but it didn't alert us enough to know, like, hey, he needs help. And I'm a parent that gets him, one of my kiddos gets lots of tutoring with math. And so I was asking for meetings, how's he doing? And then there was no alert. So that's a really concrete way of showing that it's not really helping even teachers be alerted to the fact maybe that, oh, this friend might be a C student and not a B student, but how can you tell because it says PM? So I say that to say that's just one example, but there are many examples where it's not very helpful after there's a really hard, lots of studying and a test, and then they come home and they get a PM on it, and my son's like, what does that mean? I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know how to grade, but you did good, I guess. So anyway, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you guys for all you do and for letting me be here today.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Zane Evan Rossler, and he is here to talk about the school board.
Hi, my name is Zane Evan Rossler. Just for a little bit about me, I'm a citizen right now, but I grew up in South Carolina school system. I've done ministry for teenagers, and I've even done internship in the South Carolina school system. So although I'm not a teacher or a parent, I'm very aware of what they're experiencing because I talk to them and I've seen how the system works. Today, there are a lot of things I would like to fix, but today I'd like to raise an issue that I think can be mitigated in schools with just one simple change. That comes to health and sex ed in schools. When researching it, one thing that shocked me is that teenagers are only recommended teaching consent, but they're not required. So what that tells me is that there are teenagers who are leaving high school not knowing how to navigate a relationship and not knowing how to respect a person's privacy. And for me, that should be done. I've seen a little too much radicalization online of young boys. They're not knowing how to interact with women, and I don't know if y'all are online a little too much, but there was a trend where women were asked would they rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear, and they often choose the bear because for our boys, they're not knowing how to treat them, and that is why I am saying that changing from consent to be required can do a lot more in the long run. It's just a small change, but it'll have a downstream effect. That's all I have to say right now, so I hope I brought an issue to your head. Also, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rossler. Okay. Moving on to new business, item 11.1 is our report on grading recommendations, and I will turn it over to Ms. Mary Gaskins, our Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you. Aligned with our new strategic plan, we have spent this year evaluating our current grading practices, engaging stakeholders to get feedback, and to come to you tonight with recommendations for revised grading practices beginning in the 25-26 school year. And I do want to just note, so tonight we're going to talk about practices and those recommendations. We understand that we'll need some policy revisions potentially based on these recommendations and our next steps with them. So currently we have two policies, well, an administrative rule, IKR, and a policy, IKAB, that kind of contradict what we expect in terms of grades and reporting those grades in the district. And so we'll need some revisions. I don't think it's any secret that grading is a topic around which it is difficult to reach consensus. And so we've really tried this year in our work to keep the student at the center and think about best practice, but also really understand from our stakeholders what's meaningful to students and families when they receive grades, and also what's meaningful and manageable to our teachers and how they assign those grades. And so you're going to hear from two different groups tonight. Dr. Erica Bissell and Ms. Nicole Mitchell have worked with the elementary revisions, and Dr. Natalie Osborne-Smith and Casey Calhoun have worked with the secondary revisions. And so they're each going to share about the work and where we are with it and what the recommendations are for next year. If we could let both groups share before you ask questions, I just want to make sure we get to both. Before we start the elementary, I do want to give a little bit of context. So pre-COVID, we were giving standards-based grades in grades K and 1. Some schools were doing second grade and some even beyond because they were experimenting with it and moving it up along with students. And so pre-COVID, the district had done a good bit of study around standards-based grading, and COVID accelerated that. But what we've learned, I think, is because of that acceleration, there wasn't necessarily enough communication about the why or the how of standards-based grading, and also that the system really isn't designed necessarily for it, and so we were trying to fit something into a system that just it wasn't aligned to. And so with that in mind, we've evaluated those practices this year, and I'll turn it over, it looks like, to Dr. Bissell to introduce the elementary work.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. Good evening, board. So I'm going to share a little bit about how we got to where we are with the elementary recommendations that are going to be on the next slide. And as Ms. Gaskins stated, this is a topic people are passionate about. And so we really wanted to engage in a feedback cycle where we heard all the voices. So we wanted to hear not only from teachers, but also from parents, community members, our principals, our school leaders, and such. And so we really did engage in a revision and then feedback and then revision and feedback cycle. So how we started is we established a focus group, including administrators, teachers, counselors, and parents, representing each attendance area in the district. So we had a diverse representation. And that group came together and studied our current practices. They also studied research behind both what we would call standards-based grading and traditional grading. And then they gave their input as to what they felt the strengths were of both systems, what the drawbacks were of both systems, and then considerations they would like for us to take as we crafted the recommendations. So once we got all of that data collected, Ms. Mitchell and I then drafted the recommendations based on that focus group's feedback and brought the recommendations back to the group to ensure that we had represented them accurately based on the conversations they had had and what they had shared. And so from their considerations, we drafted recommendations, brought them back, tweaked them a little bit further, and then once we felt we had the recommendations ready to share in a wider audience, we did so by taking the recommendations to all of the superintendent's advisory councils. So we took it to parent advisory, and we took it to teacher advisory, and we took it to support advisory. You'll hear my secondary colleagues talk about getting student input from student advisory. We didn't feel at the elementary level that our student advisory, they were a little bit too far. They hadn't engaged in the feedback-driven progress report system, so we did not include their input, but certainly we value their input, and our secondary folks definitely gathered that. And then based on input from all of those advisory groups, we then revise the recommendations again based on the collective feedback, and that's what you're going to see tonight on the next slide. It is important to note that we received as much feedback about how to grade as much about how as what, which made us realize, to Ms. Gaskin's point, communication, regardless of the grading structure that we use or the grading system that we use, requires strong communication with families, with students, and among teachers. And so that is something that no matter how we move forward, we know that enhancing communication is going to be key in order to have any system be successfully lifted up off the ground and for our students to find success in any particular system. So based on the feedback, we drafted the recommendations on the next slide, and please note that though they are not perfect, they do represent what we would consider the majority of the feedback that we received, and tried to do the best to balance everything that we heard and provide systems that are going to be best for students.
Good evening, Board. So I'm going to present pre-K through 3 third grade recommendations. We are first going to continue with feedback-driven progress reporting in core subjects, math, English language arts, science, and social studies for the 25-26 school year. These are based on the feedback from the stakeholders. We will, moving forward with the recommendation, use 4 rating categories: no progress, partially met, approaching met, provide professional learning and support for teachers, enhance communication with families about feedback-driven progress reporting in general, and regarding individual student progress. You will note from no progress is changed from not yet met, and then we took partially met and we split from partially met, and then we added approaching met. Okay, so going to 4th and 5th grade, the recommendations are transition to traditional grading for 4th and 5th grade for all core subject areas: math, English language arts, science, and social studies for the 25-26 school year. Report cards will continue to include high-quality comments related to individual student progress. All 4th and 5th grade teachers will use a consistent scale for all entries into Power Teacher Gradebook. Provide professional learning and support for teachers, and enhance communication with families about traditional grading in general and regarding individual student progress. When it gets to related arts teachers will use a consistent rating scale for pre-K through 5th grade. And then the second bullet talks about students in kindergarten through 5th grade special education and self-contained classes will receive standards-based feedback based on their IEPs. Okay, so from there, we're going to get to now what? Now what do we do? What are our next steps? We're going to work with the communications department to communicate elementary grading structures for the 2025-26 school year with staff and families. We're going to engage teachers and district content coordinators to include special education and related arts teachers in the plan for implementing elementary grading structure for the 2025-26 school year. Provide professional learning for staff on revised elementary grading structure to ensure consistent implementation. Provide consistent messaging about elementary grading practices to families, and then continue to seek feedback related to the implementation of elementary grading practices for the purpose of continuous improvement.
So next up is the secondary grading practices journey, and this actually did begin a few years ago. Prior to the launch of our new strategic plan, we began by initiating some focus groups with secondary teachers to look at and get feedback on our current practices. And that we garnered a ton of really helpful information about what worked and what we would need to consider to revise. And so we did make an initial draft during that school year, but knowing that we had a ton of work to do with a new strategic plan, as well as the launch of our Lexington One Way, which included our graduate profile and our instructional framework, which is full of information about assessment, we knew we needed to make sure that our grading practices matched what we believed about what teaching and learning should look like. And so the work of last year was, of course, getting the strategic plan created and approved, and then matching our practices to that plan. So this year, once we revised it once again, we began taking those revisions with our advisory groups, just like elementary school. We met with principals, we met with parents and guardians, we also met with our student advisory council, and we met with secondary teachers on the Teacher Leadership Council. And in that, they gave us a lot of opportunity to think through what we had initially drafted and created some revisions that we're going to present to you tonight. So I'm going to hand it over to my friend and colleague, Mr. Calhoun, to share with you our adjustments.
Good evening, board. So I'm going to give you I know you have it in front of you, the shifts we made. I'm going to kind of give you an overview of the shifts. For ours, I know the elementary had some real major shifts. For ours, there are more tweaks. I could not agree more that getting a group, depending on whether it's students or parents or teachers, to agree on exactly what grading should be is an almost impossible task. And so for us to really take all the feedback and take that to represent the grading practices we think represent that feedback and what Lexington One and what we believe about teaching and learning means the best. So the first shift is really a shift in language, okay? So in our strategic plan, specifically, I think it's focus strategies 1.3 and 1.4, there are some pieces that really are our work with principals and teachers in moving forward is going to be around formative assessment. Okay, and formative assessment in its truest definition is really about a teacher gathering information in the moment to then make strategic moves that help students learn. Okay, another way that we have been using it that is used in other places as well, but formative assessment is in this grading piece. So currently our grading system says formative is 20%, our summative is 80%. Well, with the direction of the strategic plan and the work that we are really going to center in true formative assessment, so teachers can know their students the best and keep making those adjustments on time, which we know which is right for intervention. We are recommending we shift to formative assessment is always a part of that, but it's not going to be graded. The graded parts, we're going to shift to what we call minor assessments and major assessments. I know that some other districts around us use that language, but it makes sense for us to do that with the work coming ahead. The second shift is one in the grading weights. After receiving feedback from our groups, we are recommending that we go from an 80-20 from major to minor to a 70-30 shift in our grading weight. So that's a 70% on our major assessments and our 30% in minor assessments. The next shift is really just some language that I don't believe is a real shift, but just some clarification to make sure that in each grading period, there would be 3 major summative assessments or 3 major assessments that happen inside of each grading period. That's not clarified in the current practices, and we want to make sure in that recommendation that our students are getting enough opportunities to receive feedback on where they are in their learning. The fourth bullet there is adjustments to our reassessment practice. This is not a big shift. There is one shift in there I want you, we still are going to have recommend the choice, which would allow you to reassess up to 100. And then we're also going to have the recovery reassessment that would allow any grade under an 80. That test particular, there is some language in there that says you can't, it's not about projects. Those things can't be reassessed. It is really about those major tests. Any test, major test that's under an 80, you can reassess to get back up to an 80 for that recovery. That's really in our current practice, so that's really not a change. The change that we are going to really emphasize as we roll out new grading practices for next year is to be able to reassess any test. We're going to, if you look in there, there's a place where we're asking students they have to go for help or one tutoring session with a teacher to ensure that they're getting that relearning, they're getting some intervention where they need help, and that way so that when they do reassess, we're really getting that picture of where they are in their learning. the final adjustment there is some adjustment to some grading logistics. It's putting some language inside of our practice around how often our grades should be. We're asking our teachers to input grades to make sure they're up to date. Those type of things is really the last shift there. That's all I have, and we would love to take some questions at this time.
All right, board, do any of you have questions for these teams?
I know I do. Thank you all for all your hard work on this. For me, it's been 2 years in the making, but I know it's probably been on your minds for longer than that. I don't know really what the board talked about before I got on the board, but I know that COVID had a big push towards standard-based grading, and anybody who knows anything about me knows that I hate that word, and I don't ever want to talk about it again. So for me, standard-based grading, along with e-learning, to me, I just feel like we need to just move away from it. Let's leave that in the past. Let's move forward. Personally, I think that standard-based grading failed our kids during COVID, and I just don't think that there's a place for it in our district. I have a lot to say. I'll try to keep it short. The 4 categories that you propose in elementary school, you're missing one. And that is, can you go back to that slide? Yeah. I appreciate you adding the no progress. And I, as far as kindergarten and first grade, I think that that's appropriate to keep that category or for the standards base for kindergarten and first grade. But you're missing gifted and talented, or, the kids that really are, gifted and talented. We're not pushing them to be great, right? We're just saying you met the work, you met it, and I don't think that's fair. I think we're missing the mark on that, and it was actually brought up in our the study that we had done, the curriculum audit. There was 30%, I wrote down 30% disagreed that teachers were, they felt they were not adequately trained to teach gifted and talented children. So I don't know if there's just a breakdown, I think, there. I think as Lexington 1, we want to be the best, and we want to push our students to be the best, and I think we're missing that. So I'd like to maybe talk more about that. Obviously, there is a policy conflict. Got one policy that states 2nd through 12th is going to receive grades, and then you have another policy where at the very bottom it says standards-based, and I wish I would have known that 2 years ago. Shame on me, but I'm just really upset and confused as to why we're not following our policy currently. And I think everyone got the email from a teacher, and she wrote out a lot of things in there that really spoke to why standards-based in 2nd through 12th or 2nd through 5th is, it's just not working. So does anyone else want to speak to her email, or do you want me to keep?
I have a question, kind of pinging off of some of what you were saying, if you don't mind. I want to honor all the people who provided feedback into this process, including teachers and parents, and my understanding is this is a compilation of that feedback, including the teachers and the parents who are directly impacted. So I think my question is, I want to just understand the why behind, standards-based for through 3rd grade. I'm sure there's a thought process there that the group kind of was coming to. So the why for that, and then the 4th and 5th grade, I think we're probably most of us fans, but just kind of understanding a little more of the thoughts. would be helpful.
Sure. So we actually, we had there was a few people who, and honestly, it was the compilation is really important note. It's a compilation of all the feedback. So there were a few pieces of feedback that said K1. There was a couple that said K2. There was feedback that said don't do traditional grades in elementary at all. There was some that said do it only in 5th grade. So from the spectrum, running the spectrum from when to or to not do feedback or standards-based grading, the same was equal on the other side of when to or to not start traditional grading. So it really is the compilation of taking what we heard the most of, which was to stay pre-K to 3, feedback-driven progress report, and the most of to hear that we would make the transition in 4th and 5th grade to traditional grading. So that's the why, where the split lies. It really is, where did the majority of the feedback lie for feedback-driven or standards-based, and where did it lie for traditional grades in 4th and 5th grade?
Dr. Bissell, do you mind if I add one thing
Sure.
to that? So I've spent a good bit of time going back through all of the feedback, and some of the comments related to the why of K3 were around just that strong start for students and understanding the importance of establishing those foundational skills and understanding at an early time where students are related to the foundational literacy and numeracy skills. Also, our students who are served in intervention or special education, really allowing us to do some of that early intervention before they create an identity of how successful they are in school based on just a grade. Some families also, and teachers talked about the importance of standards-based grading through 3rd grade because of Read to Succeed and the consequences related to Read to Succeed, and making sure that students are on grade level with all of the standards by 3rd grade. And so keeping a close eye on each student's performance relative to standards was some of the justification in the comments.
So I guess sorry, to piggyback on what you just said about the reading is if we keep 3rd grade out of real grades, then like our speaker said tonight, how do we know where our kids are? Because for my child who had standards-based grading, I had no idea how far behind he was until we hit middle school. And then it was, oh, you're 2 to 3 grades behind. So if we don't do it in 3rd grade, then we, as parents and teachers and as students especially, they don't know where they are. And then all of a sudden you're taking this reading test and then you don't pass it and you have to repeat the grade. So I see why the previous practice was in 2nd grade to just do grades for ELA and math, right? So why not just go back to that? I guess that's the question.
May I piggyback on the email from the teacher and also a couple other teachers that have reached out to the board as well. And this is maybe more of a question for you all because we don't do this all day, and I have a kid in kindergarten, so this is my first run at any kind of report cards except for 35 years ago. When we talk about feedback from all these different stakeholders, it's really important because all these stakeholders' opinions do matter, but they are certainly opinions. What does research say? Do we have any research-based information from any source that tells us a particular type of grading is better than another? And if so, could you maybe follow up with that? You don't have to tell me right now if you don't know off the top of your head. And then further on the standard-based stuff, is it fact that there are particular, I don't know if subjects are the right word, or particular parts of the curriculum that are only taught in a particular period of time? And so if my son were to get a not yet met on, say, vocabulary, he doesn't have a chance to improve that grade. Is that an accurate statement?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So it is the expectation, and it is in our, what we call our playbook, that students should, up until the last day of school, I mean, you know, that's the thinking, is that they would have the opportunity to work towards meeting that standard. Now, it may not be done in a whole group setting, and it certainly shouldn't be, because if other students have met the standard, then that's where we leverage our structures that are an instructional framework, which are to pull students in small group, do one-on-one conferring, but nothing at the elementary level with feedback-driven progress report or standards-based grading is done until they, and it's not even done when they leave. The beauty of standards-based grading is that it's a continuum, and it allows for teachers to pick up where a student left off, because kindergarten standards may not be, you may not become proficient in kindergarten standards in kindergarten. Our system allows through intervention that some students take longer to acquire a set of skills than others. And so a not yet met should never be the end of the opportunities the student has or the support a student will get from a teacher to move toward meeting that grade level standard, even if they've left that grade level behind. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. On Katie's point to K through 2 versus K through, or pre-K to 3rd, the new state law, please correct me if I am wrong, where we will have to hold children back due to testing scores goes into effect in 3rd grade.
Yes, so the 3rd grade retention law of Read to Succeed, it's an act that's been around for a while. It has been reinvigorated and some new language has been added, but it still stands that students who, what we call flag on SC Ready reading and score does not meet on SC Ready reading will be considered for retention in 3rd grade. However, there are several exemptions that students who meet certain exemptions, the retention, regardless of how they score on SC Ready, their exemption prevents them from being retained. So typically we end up with a very small subset of 3rd graders who don't meet an exemption and who flag on SC Ready. They typically will attend a summer reading camp, and then that is another opportunity for us to try to shore up their skills and help them to reach the cut score so that they can be promoted to 4th grade.
And so as a parent, what communication and information and how frequently, I guess, do I receive that if that were my student?
So it starts at parent orientation night for every 3rd grade student. They get the information about Read to Succeed and 3rd grade retention as just an awareness that it is a state requirement that all families are made aware of the 3rd grade retention piece of Read to Succeed. And then after our fall benchmark using iReady, students who score under a certain percentile, those parents then, during our first conference session of the year, usually in October, those parents are made aware that their student has flagged, again, it's a word that we use, and that we will be watching them. These are the interventions that we're providing, and these are the resources and supports that have been put into place. And then we meet with those families quarterly from that point forward, all the way through the time that they take SC Ready. And then again, if they flag and don't already previously meet an exemption, they come to summer reading camp, and then we provide them an assessment at the end, and in the hopes that they're going to reach a cut score. I'm not going to fool anybody. They're still likely behind, but retaining them may not be the best intervention. In most cases, it's probably not. So we want to move them on to 4th grade and then continue to provide the academic intervention that all of our elementary schools do so well.
Thank you very much for such a detailed explanation.
You're welcome. And as far as the research, we do have research on standards-based grading. I will tell you, research around traditional grades is a little harder to find, but there is a lot around standards-based grading, so we can certainly provide that. I will, again, be honest to say, there are 2 sides to every discussion, and so you typically can find something that's going to match the argument you're trying to make. But the standards-based grading research is strong in that if it's driven by true feedback, strong communication, and more than just a paper that goes home with some markings on it, it's a very effective system. When we are subject to just parents looking at a piece of paper with M's, PM's, NYM's, it doesn't mean a hill of beans, just like B's, C's, D's, and F's don't either. So that's why we started the conversation by saying enhancing communication regardless of the system. And I would say as a middle school and a high school parent, the same is true of the C's and D's. Gosh, bless them, they better not come home. But if they do come home, that doesn't tell me any more than the M's and PM's. It's got to come with a conversation. It's got to come with high-quality comments. And in our elementary, it should, and the expectation is that it's accompanied by high-quality conferences where I can show you what your child knows and is able to do against the standard versus just letting the paper serve as this is what your child knows. And it's accompanied by other data as well, like iReady scores that you take a different lens into how a child is performing.
I got a few things. First, I do want to thank y'all for the hard work. I know it takes a lot of work, and this issue is something that, like you said, you hear different sides to our different, the differences of opinion. So I know y'all had y'all's group of people. I'm only going on from people that have talked to me or come out to me without it. And to the secondary grading practices, y'all had it easy.
I was like, yeah, I'm out of here.
Y'all's was, like I said, I don't think you're going to have much conversation or any disagreement with us on that. I was always against the reassessments until I had a high school daughter, and I will say it has been beneficial, and the teachers that I've worked with them have done well on that. But on the secondary, on the elementary part, I am going to disagree with you when, you see the PMs, you can't tell, and you can't tell what C or D's either. When you have actual scores and grades, parents know what their child is doing. As a parent, I can see that. So I do think that having grades helps. Being that said, I'm not totally against what you're recommending, but I can tell you from what I've talked to, most everyone wanted to start at least in third grade, not fourth and fifth. I think, you'll hear some of the board members want to go all the way down to second grade. I would agree with that, but I would be fine with third grade my own. And I say that because third grade, it starts when you start getting into, the gifted and talented program. I remember when I came through third grade when you started finding out about, the English program and stuff like that. And then I remember my children coming through Gilbert. They had the two schools. You had the primary and then the elementary school. Well, what were those grades? K through second and third through fifth. So it was a stopping point right there as well. So I think some of the parents, especially out in my area, are used to that. And so I think that's kind of where I'm coming from is I'm not against this totally, but I would like to see it more, pre-K through second and then third through fifth. And that's the only other thing I question, and it has to go with research and stuff. Since we've gone to the standard-based through COVID, what have we seen with our goals or expectancy and our match goals and stuff? Has there been an increase, a decrease, or stayed the same?
I would like to say we'd get back with you with that. I don't want to misspeak, and I don't have my partner Shane Phillips and partner in crime here with data, but Ms. Gaskins, I don't know if you can speak to that specifically. I'm sure we can provide what you're asking for. I don't have it with me tonight.
We can, and I don't know that it's easy to compare it because of everything that came along with COVID. I don't think we can say feedback-driven progress reporting is what helped or hurt us because we were coming out of a pandemic. So we have seen a steady increase since COVID, thankfully, and hope to continue to see that.
I guess the last thing that I wanted to bring up too is that from what I understand, it's a lot harder, it's a lot more time consuming for teachers to grade standards-based grading. And, when we're looking at teacher retention and recruitment, I just think when you're adding that much more to their plate, again, I don't do this every day, but I trust teachers that call me and say this is taking an exorbitant amount of time for me to grade versus traditional grading. I think we need to listen to that. And then this teacher that had sent us this very well-written email, I just wanted to read a couple of points that she summarized, and that was to reinstate traditional grading in elementary school beginning in third grade at the very latest, preferably in second grade. Start students off with reading and math grades only for the first year and then bridge to all core subjects the following year, which is why I think second grade we could start with ELA and math and then bridge, because third grade is such a transitional year anyway. They start testing that year, and I think it really would help them to be more prepared for fourth grade and then fifth. Reinstate honor roll and principals list in elementary school and suggest that all schools have quarterly award ceremonies to highlight student achievement. Again, that kind of goes back to the categories here. I think we're missing a little bit on that, gifted and talented. And then she says if for some reason FDPR stays in kindergarten through second grade, get teacher feedback for what priority standards should be, not just literacy coaches doing everything. Because it does sound like a lot of what you were saying is that we just keep pushing off, well, we have literacy coaches, or we have this coach, or we have someone that can help them catch up. And it just seems like we keep adding to their plate. Well, this kid is falling behind, so it's okay. We're just going to we'll push them off on someone else. And so apparently there's some priority standards that need to be adjusted. And then I just have, again, too much work for teachers. So I know that was a lot. I'm sorry I talked so much, but I am passionate about this, and it is something that I've been trying to get on the agenda for 2 years. So thank you again for all your work, and I look forward to seeing this on the agenda again soon so we can vote on it. Thank you.
As we're wrapping up, elementary people have received all of the questions and feedback. So I'm going to talk to secondary for 2 seconds, not literally 2 seconds, but real quick. Just some clarifying questions. For the 70%, 30%, I know once you start getting into later middle school, high school, we start talking about Carnegie units, then these students have GPAs that then are affecting their acceptance into college and scholarship opportunities and stuff. Is this more in line with what other districts are doing, or is
For the split?
the 70-30 split?
Do you, I believe so, at the high school level?
I can't speak totally for all the Midlands districts. There is a little bit of a range there. Based upon our feedback from teachers and parents, and even our students, I think there was the reason for a shift there was really trying to honor the work they do, the hard work they do. And we spoke to high school kids, right? They're in the superintendent's advisory group, and they can speak very passionately about the hard work. And so I think some of that minor assessment piece that they spoke about, and we could hear parents just kind of honoring that hard work that they're doing, that they sometimes didn't feel that 20%. And so that was kind of our reasoning that way.
And you said 3 of the they call them summative now. I know we're changing the language to major assessments. That's like 23% of their grade. That is a lot. And so would there be encouragement for teachers to keep that as a minimum, but try for more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a minimum that you would see in most of our classes. Where I would tell you that can become a little tricky is sometimes in our half-credit courses at high school that maybe you have them for 45 minutes for a semester in one grading period. You're not getting a whole lot of time with them necessarily, and so there's some trickiness. There's a couple different exceptions. I would think a 3 in a class, most of our classes would certainly be a minimum.
Okay, and my last question, and this is just something that maybe you all, when you're talking, could reflect upon. The choice retest versus the recovery retest. I love that practice where students have the opportunity to earn up to an 80 for recovery for any number of assessments that they have that are those major assessments. Just a thought for the choice recovery, the choice retest, since it is allowed for one. Hypothetically, you have a student who earns a 75 and they do a retake and they earn a 95 because they've studied and they went to that tutoring session you talked about. But because they didn't earn an 80 or above, they can only get an 80 on that. As opposed to their classmate who gets an 80, then they have an opportunity to earn up to a 100. And so would it be something we could consider to allow any student, because I think that's the current practice, that any student, or at least it's the practice at a high school where my children go, that they can have one choice retake.
So that is what it's going to be. When they, for a major test, again, reassessment only applies to tests. It does not apply to projects. So I wanted to make sure I said that out loud, because you get tons of feedback and opportunity to improve on projects, or you should. So with that said, a child can choose a choice retake and get full credit. So if they earn a 75, they can get up to 100. If they started with an 80, they can get up to 100, but they only get one of those per grading period. And the rest are going to be the recovery. And part of that is because we need to teach students to be managers of their time, to also teach students to take advantage of advocating for themselves and to work with their teachers to better prepare for themselves. And we also have to consider the workload that reassessment takes on teachers and helping to manage the balance between supporting children and fully showing what you know and what you've mastered and being able to provide opportunity to improve your grade. So yes, they will still have a full choice option, one a grading period, everything else is recovery.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. May I ask just 2 quick questions?
Yes, ma'am.
I promise this will be quick, but it is back to the elementary. I'm so sorry. And I'm looking for short answers. Let me
Short
preface
answers,
that.
okay.
Short answers.
And Nicole, I'm hogging the mic. So exciting.
First question. I'm thinking about the Teacher Leadership Council kind of direction. We got a lot going on, a lot of change. And I'm wondering if part of the decision of this recommendation is taking into account this would be another change on top of letters and everything else that they're changing this next year. Was that part of the decision?
I'm not sure I'm completely understanding your question. Was it a
part of the recommendation to stay with the standards base for some of the lower grades? Was that part of the decision-making process or not? Not really. Okay, easy answer.
It was really based off of feedback
Average
that was
feedback.
not related to that.
Okay. Second question. So let's say we went with this recommendation. I do tend to want to support all the work and decisions and input that our teachers and parents and you all have put into this. But say we implement it for a year, we monitor, we evaluate, the next year we could change if we really wanted to. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, so what I would say here, so back to the policy. So this is just also, we also have to update our policies, so that would require us to then update again. And so as long as we're all in agreement that, we're gonna be in the mode of continuous improvement, I think we are always willing, and I'm speaking for SLT and our Dr. Postawait and Dr. Price, that we are in the business of continuous improvement. We will not rest, just like a not yet met is not good enough for any child. We won't rest until we have it right, but I certainly appreciate even the consideration of the opportunity to try something. And Mr. Pizzuti, to your point of what's the evidence that we have that what we've done so far is working, those are all valid, and I think all pieces of information that we look to make sure we're making the best decisions in the name of children.
Thank you.
Before we move on, we need to bring back to you in February a recommendation, both for what our grading practices will look like and a modification of your policies to ensure that the practice is in line with the policy. Are there any other board members who want to speak to this tonight, particularly the issue of whether traditional grades begin at grade 3 or grade 4? Is there anybody else who wants to speak to that? Because it's not clear to me the board's value around that.
Mr. Rice?
I would like to speak to that. So let me say, just like the other board members, thank you for your work. Thank you. It doesn't fall on deaf ears. There's a lot of passion coming from the microphones up here. But at some point, you have to put a stake in the ground and say, hey, this is my recommendation. Now, obviously, the board is not voting on this tonight. I guess my question was, what is the next step? Based on the feedback, will you go back to your Teacher Leadership Council, float some of that information through them, or basically have we put the stake in the sand and said, if we're okay with this, we're going to try and move forward and see if it works? I mean, that's my first part, but that's just what I was wondering.
We have said make your best recommendation, which we will take to the board. We need to check with the board to see what the board's direction is, and then we will know how to march out smartly once we know what our marching orders are.
Okay, so my concern is I don't know exactly who I'm kind of agreeing with, but to me, I think that third grade level is pretty pivotal. But I'm not an educator to want to argue with you all whether it's second or third grade, but I feel like third grade's pretty pivotal. So I'm wondering if that's the grade where pre-K through first through second, but third grade is when I wonder if that's when students start trying to define, am I a really good learner? Am I doing well? Am I separating myself from the pack? Am I behind? I think the pinch point is on what do we do with third grade. I don't think everybody's, I could be wrong, but I don't think everybody's disagreeing with pre-K. Hey, you're failing right now. You need to get it. I mean, or, but I think that third grade, that probably that 8, 9, 10-year-old range is where everybody's kind of going. They probably need to know a little bit more than met or partially met. I mean, I'm just trying to think. I'm thinking about my daughter right now. When she was in third grade, she was in a third, fourth grade classroom combined as a private school, but she would do the third grade work and the fourth grade work and not tell anybody because she needed a challenge. So if she got a grade like met, I was wondering, should there be one like exceeds expectation? I'm trying to work with you all. I'm just wondering if we go standards-based, do we need to home in on, you did what we needed, but you are out there and we want to keep pushing you to be out there. Third grade to me is the number.
I think to answer your question, from listening to all of the board members speak tonight, I think that what your team has presented secondary, we would support moving forward. Secondary? Oh, yeah. You're looking at me like secondary, moving forward, we would support. I think 2 takeaways I've heard, and board correct me if I'm wrong, is maybe consider coming forward, possibly adding a 5th rating to show that we've not met, but a student might exceed. I don't know if that's something that can be evaluated on standards-based grading or not. So that's something maybe you guys could look into. And then tonight we talked about adult input and student outcomes. And I just wonder, and I'm just throwing this wonder out there, are we pushing for grades in 2nd and 3rd grade because that's what the adults understand, or because that's what's best to monitor our students? And at the end of the day, as an educator myself, when I'm grading algebra tests or probability and statistics tests, there are standards that I have to cover. And when a student earns a B on that test, all you hear is the B. But if there are 10 standards and they've met 8 of those 10 standards, you really have a more in-depth knowledge of their actual understanding. I understand parents don't understand that because it's like speaking Greek to someone. If our finance team is talking about things, they talk about things that are above my head. Education is my wheelhouse. And so 4th and 5th grade, I fully support grades there, possibly to make a good mesh of what your team is presenting. Could we consider even, especially since the Read to Succeed is 3rd grade, could we consider possibly, I don't remember which board member said it, but grades for ELA and math or something like that.
Madam Chair, can I just
Yes,
add something? Because I think what I heard Dr. Prostowait ask us, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you need some direction from the board. And I was the one that brought up the policy thing. So there is an opportunity to revise the policy similarly to how we handle the school calendar. Because the challenge today is that we have a policy that states we are grading a certain way and we are not grading that way.
We have 2 different policies that state 2 different things.
Correct.
Right.
So if you're asking us for direction, board, it would be my recommendation that we need to revise a policy that doesn't lock us into grades, that we have to re-revise a policy every single time you all suggest, or there's research that suggests we grade differently, and that perhaps we bring a grading recommendation to the table after that policy revision that is like the school calendar in practice. That was just a thought board that I had when I was thinking about how to not make this such a cumbersome process for our leadership team and for the boards in the future every time that there's a change that needs to be made.
Thank you. That's I think we have an idea of what to bring back to you for your consideration. And because we have a workshop on February 4th, perhaps we can have something for you to look at and mark up then. Okay? Thank you very much for the amount of time you spent on this.
Thank you all so much. All right, moving on to item 11.2.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. Mr. Barano, you're up. He's going to talk about funding for adult education, and he is our adult education director.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share a little bit about adult education and the work that we do there. I'm pleased to have some of my colleagues here, and understanding that I tell them all the time that I've got the best job in this district because I get to see students who have not been successful find success, and it is really the most rewarding work that I've ever done in education. So thank you to you guys that support us and to SLT for helping us get to where we are. I've got some things that I just want to share with you. First of all, just a basic overview of our adult education program. We've got 4 major programs that we really run out of our North Lake Community Learning Center: GED preparation, high school diploma program, English language learning for non-native English speakers. And the new one that we've just added this year that I wanted to share a little bit with you is called Transitions Academy. Transitions Academy is a GED preparation program for 4th and 5th year students. These students that have fallen behind academically, honestly, we call them COVID kids. It's kind of appropriate that we've had the conversation about COVID, and the seems to be some issues that have happened with some of our students there. We call them COVID kids because they fell behind academically, and now they're 17, 18, 19, some of them 20 years old, and what do I do now? I didn't finish high school. I'm not on track to graduate from high school. So in an effort to help meet the needs of our schools, our high schools in our area, as well as meet the needs of those students, we came up with an idea for Transitions Academy. This program is located at 3 of our high schools: Gilbert High School, Pillion High School, and White Knoll High School. We chose those 3 programs to start with because the majority of the folks who can come to our downtown location at North Lake, it's not a problem for the River Bluff and Lexington students to get there, but oftentimes our students face transportation issues. So we thought we'll take our adult education GED preparation to those students out at Gilbert, Pillion, and White Knoll. Our goal is to positively impact our 5-year student success rate. That is part of our school report card for our schools and our district. You've all heard of the 4-year graduation cohort. There's new accountability measures that go into place to look at what you've done with a student in their 5th year. So if they can earn an occupational credential, a high school diploma, or a GED in their 5th year or before their 5th year would be over, then that positively impacts our school report cards for each of our 5 high schools. So we've had 17 students that have taken us up on that this year in those 3 programs. 3 of those students have graduated with a GED. 26 sections have been passed of the GED, and I've got 3 that are taking their last section tonight or either next week, so we hope to add to that total. So it's been a really neat success story, and we look to further that here in the future. I also wanted to give you some data on our overall program. So I've broken this down a couple of different ways. The first 2 columns that you see there reference the amount of people, the number of students, the participants that we see in the North Lake Community Learning Center. I get that question all the time, especially if you've ridden by North Lake anytime Monday through Thursday from 9 to 12 in the morning, or Tuesday and Thursday night from 5 to 8. The place is packed. Well, this is numbers that show you what we're doing there. So the gold line, the yellow line, highlights our move to North Lake from Rosenwald Community Learning Center. And you'll see that our number of participants in those first 2 columns there, the second and third column, those are the folks that are in person with us. So last year we had 400 students that were in our building at different times in our GED and ESL programs. So far this year, 338 students we've served in the fall. Look 2 columns over, you've got total participants. That also includes high school diploma programs. Those diploma programs are all online, so they're not being served in our center. But as you can see, we served 491 students last year. We're already up to 435 this year. The MSG that you see there, that simply means measurable skill gains. So when a student enrolls in adult education, we give them an assessment to start with to figure out where they are academically or with their English language acquisition skills. After we serve them for a certain amount of time, we are then able to post-test them, and if they make a gain, they'll say they came in as a level 2, they make a gain to a level 3. That is a lot of how our funding is provided from the State Department of Education and General Assembly as well. So just some numbers. If you look at the far 3 columns, you've got GEDs earned, high school diploma graduates, and career readiness certificates over the last 7 or 8 years. So just for you to see the great work that our staff is doing at Adult Ed. Now, the real reason that I'm here is to kind of talk about where we are funding-wise, give you a basic overview of adult education funding. The General Assembly allocates money to the State Department of Education. $17.4 million is what has been allocated for adult education to provide services across the state of South Carolina. It's been $17.4 million since the mid-90s, okay? So imagine running your business, running your whatever on your 1990s allocation. It's not sustainable. As an adult ed program that has seen a lot of growth here in the last couple of years, I've got some things here that you can see our state allocation and our federal allocation. But if you look at the total column right there, that gives you an idea in the 17-18 school year at the top, our total allocation from state and federal for Lexington School District 1, our portion of that $17.4 million was $415,000. Now skip all the way down to the bottom. You see in 24-25, our total allocation is $425,000. So there's been some ups and downs in there just based on some COVID and different things like that. Our allocation comes mostly from performance-based, but it's also a lot of needs-based, based on census data and students that are community members who are undereducated and unemployed. Areas in our state that have higher rates of those get a lot more money than we get here in Lexington 1. So in an effort to grow our programs, for example, some of the things that we've done in the last couple of years that have raised our expenditures in that far right column, raised our expenditures for payroll, we've offered more classes for our English language learners. I've got over 100 right now that are on a wait list for English language learning classes. We offered 4 at night. We offer them 4 days a week now instead of just 3 days a week, which is what we were doing at Rosenwald. We partnered with AOS Specialty Contractors this past year. It's a company out in the Red Bank area where predominantly their employers are non-native English speakers. And on Saturdays, my ESL staff met with their 22 employees in our building for 5 hours every Saturday during the second semester of last school year. And we helped to increase their language acquisition. So we tested them when they came in. 17 of the 22 that we had made a level gain. So we'd love to be able to provide what's called workplace literacy opportunities. That's what this is that we do with AOS Specialty Contractors. Programs like that to continue to serve our community and to continue to serve our students. So with all that said, we would love the opportunity to discuss some more about funding from the district level. We get lots of perks with being in a building. A fantastic facility that we have at North Lake right there in downtown Lexington has been a great move for us, but just an opportunity to share a little bit about some of the successes that we've had and some of the challenges that we're facing in adding new programs and continuing to grow based on the funding that we get from the state level. So I'll be happy to take any questions. I know that's a real quick 5 to 7 minutes right there, but I can share anything else with you that you'd like if you've got clarifying questions on any of that.
Mr. Barano, just one quick question. You mentioned that your payrolls increased because you decided to offer more classes for I think you said workplace literacy for English language learners. I guess the question is, does that require, say, a translator and a teacher, or do you have to find a teacher that can translate both languages to teach those students?
We're teaching English, so it's kind of like if you've ever been to an immersion class in our district. My kids went through the French immersion program at Midway, and the kindergarten teacher never spoke English. She spoke French the entire time. Well, it works best, in my opinion. Our English language classes work best when I've got teachers that don't speak Spanish or don't speak another language, because that often is a crutch for those learners to, well, hey, I know you said this, but what did it really mean? And then, so those folks, we don't need translators. Sometimes we need translators when we're working on enrollment of students, but I have found Google Translate is a fantastic thing and works very well for us in the intake process.
So I guess, just a follow-up question. So if things are impacting your payroll, is it just because you're processing many more students and helping more students, or more offerings just require more teachers? I'm just trying to grab that piece a little bit better.
Correct. With our ESL classes in particular, we try to cap them at about 20 students. So like I said, we've got 100 on a wait list right now. We've got plenty of space to be able to add. I've got some teachers that I feel like I could call, and we could add some classes to that and have opportunities to meet the needs of those students in our area. It's just a matter of how do I finance them and how do I pay for them. And as it is with everything, it comes back to the money.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to make one note before we wrap up, unless you all have additional questions for Mr.
I just got one comment. Coach, I just want to say thank you. And yeah, I said coach. So
Yeah.
goes back
Don't tell my age now. I
Yeah.
coached.
Well,
I was a part of the staff that coached this young man in high school. So
showing my age as well.
Yeah.
But I do want to thank you for bringing this to the attention, just because most people, when they think of school board election District 1, they're thinking pre-K through 12. But there's so much more that this district does in the community and for not just the students K through 12, but it's so much more. So just thank you for bringing that to our attention and letting the community know that there is that program.
appreciate it. We've also, Midlands Tech is on our campus now, so the transition from students, we literally, when they finish their GED, we can walk them down the hallway to meet with an admissions counselor from Midlands Tech. And so that's another big piece of the puzzle there that we're trying to explore to get students that next level and that next level of certification.
I'll just say we anticipated more of a state allocation this year because the performance increased as much as it did last year, and the allocation is based on performance. So even with Brian using all of his carryover this year, which he's typically able to reserve some, there's going to be about a $50,000 shortfall for this fiscal year. And so we've identified some funds that were allocated for contracted services that we're going to repurpose to address this shortfall, but it will be even greater next year unless we receive additional state and federal funds. And so we'll be coming to you with additional information during budget conversations about that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barano. Board, our next two items are, we have two policies and two administrative rules. So Ms. Gaskins, you've got both of them.
Y'all are going to be tired of hearing from me tonight. So policy JH, student absences and excuses, as well as the administrative rule. The main revisions that we're recommending here are based on some consistency with language with state law and also some clarification around the age of students who can be referred to family court for truancy. I typically don't bring J policies forward. There were some recommended revisions that came out of the courtesy transcript audit we did the year before last with the State Department of Education, and this is one of the policies they recommended that we revise. And so Mr. Casey Calhoun has worked with both the instructional services team and student services team to look at both aspects of this policy. So if you have any questions tonight, I'd love for you to address them to Mr. Calhoun.
I'm not presenting. I think you have the policy and the revisions that we've made. I think Ms. Gaskins told you why, just updating language.
Right.
That kind of thing, I will
and
answer.
so board, tonight, this is new business, so we can discuss it, but we're not taking action tonight. So does anyone have anything to address? Mr. Pasuti?
One quick question I have is, when I was looking at this and looking at the state code as it was amended, this language that y'all have submitted pretty much is matching that, where I was looking at the state code and it's called, unlawful instead of unexcused. It's a certain language that's matching what's in the state code. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Working with Mr. Cooper and Mr. McCormick there, I'm looking at him because we tag teamed this. That was their recommendation when it came to really the lawful and unlawful absences. That's state regulation straight out of that.
Thank you.
One quick question, and I think I know the answer to this. I was looking at the provision of written excuses, and I got a little wrapped around the axle of Parent Square, and I asked the question and was told that used to be handwritten excuses, and it was updated to written excuses to accommodate for electronic written excuses. And I just wanted to clarify that point publicly.
Yes.
I think it's always been written, but written, you could have a handwritten note. A teacher could ask for you to write a paper, but you're going to write that paper electronically. So I don't know that we necessarily need to define a handwritten note from a parent or an electronically written note, just a written note from a
Our
parent.
practice right now is accepting Parent Square.
Both, right?
Both.
Accepting
Absolutely.
both.
Thank you.
I had some revisions that I had that I just passed down to the board just to look over. Quick question as far as the 180-day course. I see where that was that scratched out? Am I right on that? Schools observing alternate block scheduling. Can you talk about that?
Schools observing alternate block scheduling requires students to attend 87 of a, so that is no longer, that doesn't happen in our district, so we don't have that type of scheduling.
That's like a district with A, B schedule.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so I'm thinking LHS versus River Bluff.
Theirs
it's
falls
still
under
not.
so a semester course, 90 days, 85, you can see that in that first. A student must attend 85 days for
Okay.
a 90-day semester course. That will be there.
Okay, and then the other recommendation that I wanted to discuss was, and I can give you a copy of this too. The formatting was, to me, of the policy itself is just a little bit kind of long and drawn out, a little confusing, kind of. Okay. So I reformatted it a little bit. Okay. So to me, I think it's easier to read for parents because this is a really important policy. Parents look up this policy all the time, probably. The other thing is the 3 days that it says in here for excuses to get in. I just feel like that's not enough time. If you're thinking of, kids, you've been home from work, kids sick, and you're trying to just get back to work and your, boss is breathing down your throat, you're not thinking about getting your note in 3 days. And I realize that the principal at the end of the day has the final say on that. And if the note gets in, I know my notes don't make it in 3 days. So I didn't even know that was a thing until I started researching the policy. So I was just thinking maybe we could extend that to 10 days. What's your thoughts on that?
Can I ask a question
Yes.
related to that? Do y'all have a sense, and if you don't, that's fine, of like average, how long it takes parents to typically turn in excuses? It's okay to say no.
Supposed to wait.
You may have a sense of that.
It's all over the
It's
place.
all over
It's
the
all over the
place, and our principals are really thoughtful. The significance of the 3 days occurs at the end of the semester because you can't determine if a student's passed a course or not. So if you say they have 10 days, then it is the 100th day before we can clean up transcripts for students, and that's a long time it's 2 weeks into the next semester.
That makes sense.
So we say the 3 days just to keep that tight, so that by the semester's 90 days, by the 93rd day, we can tell you if you've passed or failed a course, you've had time to make up lost time that you had to make up. But we're not strict about the 3 days. That's why you didn't know it was in there. We're just happy to get. Principals are down on their knees at the end of the semester,
Oh,
at the end
I
of
know.
the year,
Yes.
doing anything. They'll take
Please
anything.
tell me, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. McCown, I totally
We're
agree.
very gracious about that.
It is very difficult to, and I think to remember, I've got 3 children of my own, like, did we turn that in? Did we do that?
Right.
Absolutely.
Yes.
What I would say is we are very gracious, and also in the rule, it talks about after 3, a student being absent for 3 days, that we start the process of like making a call, making a thing. And so I think that's significant so a kid's been out, a parent's communicated, hey, we've got the flu, and so then all of a sudden we know that piece. And so that's just part of that, though, as Dr. Postwaite said, we'll graciously accept all excuses, in a time.
Yeah, and I think the calls that I get the most about excuses are, parents that, like me, I don't rush my kids to the doctor every time they sneeze. And I mean, it's a great cost, right? And time off work and all, to take your kid to the doctor if you know it's a cold and they're not going to do anything for you. So allowing parents, I know some parents abuse it, but I think the vast majority of parents don't. So let's allow them to send a note in. And
I think it's worth setting a standard, though, that we want our parents to communicate as soon as possible. So I see benefit to keeping it at 3 days, other than, ultimately, if you extend it to 10, you're reducing your standard. And
I'm fine with 3 days, or coming up with some kind of explanation in there that says by this, 5 days before the end of the semester or something, so that you're not scrambling. But yeah, either way, whatever you think. I'll let you have this so you can see my
Let me
notes.
ask, do we accept excuses? If they send them in past the 3 days, do we still accept it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank y'all for that.
But we can say
Gladly.
that, but, a
Gladly.
parent reading that is going to freak out if they, anyway. It's fine.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
I think the major thing on that is communication.
Right.
I think is just the main thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that administrators and parents need to learn together. So thank y'all.
Next up, we have IHBIB and Administrative Rule IHBIBR. These have primarily been revised to reflect the most recent changes to the Read to Succeed Act, which requires Child Early Reading Development and Education Program, which we are required to do a full-day program, and there are some other stipulations related to that which have been included in the recommended revisions.
Board, do you have any feedback for Ms. Gaskins at this time?
I do. I did send in just a suggestion, which I will forward to the rest of the board after this. As we talked about at the very beginning of our meeting today, we were reading a book about how school boards fail, and it starts off talking about guardrails. And he tells the story of, if I want somebody to take me to the airport, I don't tell the driver exactly how to drive to the airport. And as I was reading this policy, it felt very cumbersome to me in the policy versus the administrative rule. So it was my suggestion to revise the IHBIB to be the what, and put all of the how into the administrative rules, so that we are, as a board, providing the guidance of where we're asking you to go, but the administrative rule is setting the tone. So I forwarded that to Dr. Postaway, and I'll forward it to the rest of the board.
May I ask a
Thank
question?
you, Ms. Flashman.
Oh, sorry. May I ask a question related to that? Are these based on model policy, the way that they're structured, or how did we set that structure up?
So I looked at the most recently revised policies since Read to Succeed added the assertive expectations, and we looked at several other districts, which I'm sure were based on model, to look at really what we wanted it to look like in Lexington 1. So yes.
Any other feedback? Okay, thank you all. Now, Ms. Roof, we are going to have the first reading of the Board of Trustees 2025-2026 board meeting schedule.
Thank you. It is your meeting schedule, but I will just highlight it for you, and then
Your name's on the agenda.
I know, and I will review it, remind you all of how we kind of structure this, because what we do is, well, and I don't do anything, let me just put it that way. Tracy Halliday does the tough work of matching calendars, making sure there aren't conflicts, because even though you have rules and you say we're going to meet on the third Tuesday of each month, and you try real hard to make that rule work, it falls sometimes on Tuesday. The third Tuesday falls on times when we can't meet. So applying that rule for the 25-26 year. And so that would start in July of 25 and run through the 26 school year. The times when that rule works for your schedule would be July 15th, August 19th, September 16th, October 21st, November 18th, December 16th, April 21st, and May 19th. Then for the months of January, February, March, and June, the dates proposed are not on the third Tuesday because of conflicts, or they fall right after a holiday, which we have found that having a school board meeting the day after everyone is off proves challenging, or there is something scheduled that majority of our administrators will be at. So for January, the date we're recommending or suggesting is January 27th because the 20th falls on after a holiday. February meeting, we're suggesting the 24th instead of the 17th. March, the 24th again instead of the 17th. Very similar all to this year. And then the June meeting, we are recommending June 23rd. June 16th is when our South Carolina Association of School Administrators holds their very large annual conference for a lot of administrators, school administrators, and we have many in our district who attend. They often have, we have administrators presenting, we have others getting recognized, and so we have typically moved that meeting to fall on a different Tuesday so it doesn't conflict with that conference. And then there are a few additional ones that we go ahead and try to get on the calendar for you. October 7th for a possible board self-assessment. And it normally would be the superintendent's evaluation. However, Dr. Price will only have been on the job for a few months, so that evaluation most likely would be deferred for a year. March 10th, we in 2026, which seems so weird to be saying that date, 2026, we anticipate having a workshop for the budget. And then also, as you will see coming up in the next few months, my colleague, Ms. Price, likes to have meetings a lot in April and May so that she can hire people and hire lots of people. And so we have an extra one in May. We put it on a Tuesday, May 5th, and I know that there was a potential conflict for a board member for this one, but I will note that that meeting is typically scheduled in the morning, and it is a quick in and out kind of meeting. When Ms. Price brings you in for those meetings, she tries to make it quick and get you the good news, to get you to hire some folks so we can let our principals know that they have some teachers coming on board. So I talked a lot to give you your calendar, but that is now for you to discuss and digest, and I think you vote on it next month.
Ms. Lashnick, would a morning meeting on that date be okay? Okay. If you note, board members, October 7th was listed as a possible board self-assessment, and it's been kind of our practice the last couple years to move our board self-assessment to the fall. However, that does conflict with our policy because our policy does state July. And so July is traditionally a challenging time because of summer travels to get the board all here at one time. So usually our July meetings are quick HR meetings if necessary. And so just something to stick a pin in that we might want to look at that policy to see if we want to go ahead and change it to put something vague like a fall date or specify a month. So, okay. Any other comments on that? All right. Now, item 11.6 is board discussion of community meeting format. So we last year had, how many did we do? Did we do three or four? Three listening sessions. And what we did is we went out to different schools in the community, in different communities, and we held listening sessions for people to come and talk with us. And we felt that was a beneficial process, but do you all have a vision on what would best benefit our community regarding listening sessions? Lost my page.
I have a couple of thoughts to start the conversation.
Perfect.
And then definitely would love y'all's thoughts. First of all, I'm a huge fan of community listening sessions. I wonder if we could structure them maybe a little more to where we're intentional about hitting every one of our attendance zones, and then maybe even create a little more structure around the session itself, such that we're intentionally getting feedback specific to either our goals, pieces of our strategic plan, and advertising maybe a little more intentionally to make sure we're getting teachers and parents and students. And we actually had a student come last year. That was just probably my favorite part. So, yeah, so just maybe a little more planning and structure around it. What do you think?
I'm good with that. Process where we kind of structure, well, here's what we're going to talk about, here's what you want to see. But also, to be a true community involvement, I don't want to shut off any discussion either if someone has a topic that we just say we're not talking about that. I want it to be still open, but I understand where you're coming from where, at the beginning, have it structured, but leave time or room for them to bring up topics that we may not know about.
I don't know if you meant that by structured. I took from what you said that what I would like to see is that we not set up like this, but I think most people that came did not expect for it to be like a round circle up table type situation, and I think that scared a couple of people off, and we didn't have a whole lot of people. So maybe
what did you
something
think they expected?
I think they expected something similar to our board meetings where they would have a turn to talk, and then we would have a turn to respond. Because, when they come for public participation, we don't respond. So I think that's what they were expecting. So we could still be on their level in different schools, but just set up in a way that, maybe they have the floor, can talk about their topic, ask questions, and then we can have dialogue with them about that specific thing. And they can leave if they want. But, it's a little awkward when you're sitting in a circle and then you're like, I kind of want to leave. I'm not comfortable with this. And then you have to get up and walk out. So maybe that.
I do agree with what you're saying, though. That, we need to be in a meeting situation where they can ask questions and we will respond.
Right.
If we don't have the answer, we will get it home. We can get their information.
And it was so helpful to have SLT there with us because
Right.
we could,
Right.
volley off of them and like, hey, do you know the answer to that? Because I don't. So.
Right.
But at the same time, excuse me, we don't want to turn it into a witch hunt either, and we've seen those in the past.
For sure. And nobody really abused
Right.
their time or their questioning, so.
I'll just give my quick input. I mean, I went to all three sessions. I thought it went well. They were not highly attended. I think the last one was the most attended, but we had a lot of great conversation during the meeting. We had a lot of great conversation even after the meeting when we broke off in groups. I do like the idea of having some kind of structure. Don't know what that would look like, but when I say structure, I'm saying people who are planning to attend, maybe could they give us input or email or something ahead of time to say, hey, I'm planning to come and this is something I'd like to hear more about, so we could be more prepared rather than having to come off the cuff with everything. But I certainly don't want to put the handcuffs on everybody's thoughts and everything. Like, we're only here today to talk about the grading policy. I mean, but hey, they have some questions about the elementary grading policy. They have some questions about finances. They have questions about, a school being built, and then we could kind of be prepared to go through that. But I mean, I thought last year's listening sessions went very well. So give people an opportunity to talk to the board. I think that's one of the biggest things is they want to be able to actually talk to you and look at you in your eyeballs and have two-way conversation. And I think it's important. I know everybody can't be there, but I think it's important for all of us as a board to attend them.
I do agree. I think that part of the thought of having specific topics at these meetings is when someone hears a community conversation, they're like, well, what is this about? But if someone hears, okay, this one we're going to talk about budget, or this one we're going to talk about grading, they have an idea and they might look at the schedule and say, okay, I'm going to go to the one at Gilbert because they're talking about grading. We could still open it up if they want to ask about anything, but you might get more attendance when people know actually what topic is going to be prioritized. If someone hears, ooh, they're going to talk about grading, or they're going to talk about budget or taxes, I want to go to that. So
I agree. I mean, I agree with that. Maybe we put out, hey, here's 2 or 3 things we're planning to talk about. We take other input, and then it's somewhat
we're not
open-ended.
going to ignore you, but this is the focus.
Yeah, as someone that was on the other side when y'all had these and actually attended as a citizen, not as a board member, I will say it was very well done. I appreciate everyone sitting down. Everybody was kind of sitting on the same level, so you kind of got that eye-to-eye contact with each other. So, yes, I mean, if those that are, introverts or bashful, it might be a little bit intimidating for them. For other ones, it's not as bad. So I get where Katie's coming from, too. You want to make sure everyone's comfortable where they get a chance to talk. But like I said, my main concern is we just don't, structure it so much where they can't ask us a question.
That's very fair. Okay. All right, board, we're going to move on to action items. Item 12.1 is approval of schools with continuous improvement plans. Do I hear a motion to approve these improvement plans for Pilgrim High School and Forts Pond Elementary Schools?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the improvement plans for Pillion High School and Forts Pond Elementary School as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Now we will have some discussion. So, Ms. Gaskins, would you like to introduce our guests?
I would love to introduce our guest. We have the principals and other staff members from both Forts Pond Elementary and Pillion High School here tonight who will go over their continuous improvement plan, which is a requirement of the state when a school receives an unsatisfactory or below average rating on their school report card. So we're very proud of the work that these principals have done working alongside their staff and their school improvement councils to outline some things that they're going to do and have already started doing to look for the gains that they're going after in student outcomes.
Great. So I am Casey Davis, and I am the principal of Forts Pond Elementary School, and I am really excited to be here to share the journey of Forts Pond towards continuous improvement and really share how we've been staying rooted in our powerful motto around being kind, learning together, and celebrating big to promote improvement at the school. So I'm going to start with being kind. We know that the foundation of any school success is really built on a positive, trusting environment of a school culture where children can thrive, adults can thrive, families can thrive. So as part of my work, I'm hoping to leverage that culture and really promote leadership capacity within staff and students. I think by doing that, we empower everyone to grow and learn and be successful. The way you will see that at Forts Pond, and it is a journey that has already started, but we're always refining, is really through our weekly instructional leadership work. And we meet weekly, and that involves admin and coaches and lead interventionists, and we invite lots of other stakeholders in that conversation, and we really build a clear focus for what we want to see in our school building. That involves teacher leaders. And when we set that clear focus, we work together to talk about that visibility that needs to happen within the leadership. We can only inspect what we expect if we're out there and we're transparent and we're working alongside the teachers. That then creates a culture of feedback where we're able to support but also give educators feedback on the work that they're doing. We then come back together and talk about what patterns, what trends, what new goals do we need to set, how do we need to move forward. Next comes learning together, and that really is rooted in our Lexington School District 1 instructional framework around all these consistent practices that are best for children in our classrooms. So really, the vision for this work lands in a dual goal aspect. One is a focus on intentional, rigorous, standards-based instruction. And one is being attuned to what our students need individually, whether that is remediation, whether that is enrichment that we talked about earlier, and supporting our high flyers. So for the standards-based work, we're going to really lean into, and we are leaning into, really this I do, we do, you do model. Teachers model their expertise through standards-based instruction. We learn together and do it together through small group instruction, and then we provide plenty of independent practice where children get to shine and receive that feedback. On the other side, we then have made a significant master schedule shift in January to really heighten a time that we're calling fire time. Some are saying it's because we teach like our hair's on fire, but really it's a focused instructional period on remediation and enrichment. So we're looking at every child's individual goals and working on what gaps need to be filled and where do we need to push. So going back to those learning locks, we are working alongside teachers in that. So that's really been our goal, is how is this working for our children and allowing children to set goals and be celebrated. I also think that learning together really goes for the adults. We have to empower our teachers and our staff to do their best for children. And we do that together. We are better together. And so we spent the first semester focusing on grade level work and really honing in on what are kindergarten teachers doing together? What are our interventionists doing together? Setting norms and expectations, really building innovative ideas around planning and instruction. For second semester, we are really excited to add in a vertical component where kindergarten teachers can talk to first grade teachers and first grade teachers can talk to second grade teachers. And we build this progression around what do kindergartners need to know so that they can be successful in first grade, and what do they need to know to be successful in second grade. I think that was a key component that we were missing that is really going to heighten our growth. Lastly, my favorite is we like to celebrate big at Forts Pond. No success is too small. And so we really lean into this concept of a strength-based approach to everything we are doing. We have the greatest job in the world. I believe we do. And so why not lead into all the strengths? That starts with communication. That was mentioned earlier. It really does start there with clear, consistent communication with all stakeholders, educators, students, families, community members. And so that has really been what we're leveraging through celebration. We are really proud to share that our family engagement has exponentially grown this school year through communication with SIC, different partners, the Pillion community. We have really been able to leverage what do families want to celebrate, but what do they want to learn? So we've had anywhere from 300 to 400 students show up to every academic night that we've had at Forts Pond, and we know that family engagement is key. It's key. Going to attendance, that is my last piece. You know, children have to be in school to learn, and I really have advocated for, again, that strength-based approach. So we are taking those deep relationships children have with teachers, and so when they're sick, we build these positive conversations. What's going on? How can I help? Are you okay? And we have seen so far, just in the short time that we've really been taking the standard or strength-based approach, we've seen a slight shift in our chronic absentee rate, and we just hope to leverage that even more with celebrating that active engagement. So this plan is intended to be implemented and monitored and adjust and data collected and reflection happening and implement some more. And it's definitely not a 1 year focus, but I really do believe that these focus strategies are what's going to move Forts Pond. And I always say there is something special happening at the pond. That something special is these strategies plus the spirit of the people behind it. And we have to value that. And so thank you for being a part of that journey.
Thank you so much. All right. We'll move on to Pillion High School.
Good evening. My name is Sean Bishop, the principal of Pillion High School. And at Pillion High School, we're focusing on AVID and AVID's 4 domains of instruction, leadership, culture, and system to guide our school improvement process. We have one plan. We might submit an AVID plan State Department plan, but we have one plan at Pillion High School, and that is our schoolwork plan. And that focuses on us on everything that we do. So last year, we made great gains. We didn't quite get off the list. We made an 8-point gain, missed average by 0.2, and that hurts. That being said, we know that what we started last year is working. So we're going to continue to do what we did, but we're just going to try and do it a little bit better and making some great adjustments along the way. So we started this year, like we start every year, through SWOT analysis of key essential data, SWOT being strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And that data really opened our eyes to what we need to focus on this coming year. As last year, our starting point in maintaining and strengthening our scores was a positive school culture. And that's what we've continued to do this year. The improvements in school culture help us to make the changes in mindset, attitude, and behaviors that we need to be successful. This year, we're deepening our college, career, and military-focused environment throughout our school. We already established our school-wide expectations for excellence, and we're constantly working on reinforcing them. Last year, we started and introduced Panther Time, which is an advisory time. This year, we continue to do that, but we're just making some tweaks to make sure that we're more effective in meeting the needs of the students. Advisory time gives us an opportunity every single day of the week to work with our students on developing the skills that they need to be prepared for college, careers, military, and life. Advisories also give our time to work individually in small groups, whole class, tutoring students, making up missing work, redos, retakes, and my favorite, zap the zeros. We also use this time to provide students structured support in mastering content and skills they need for ASVAB and the South Carolina Career Ready Assessment. Now, Zap the Zeros has had a huge impact last year and this year. We were able to make sure that we've increased numbers up to 80–90% of students that are on track by just zapping the zeros. Zeros don't help anyone. That helps us also change the culture. If you've got a zero, we're after you. You're going to make sure that you do something to make sure that that zero turns into a real grade, and you will redo the work, whether you like it or not. We prefer that you like it, but you're going to redo the work.
I love it.
We also have fun during advisory time. Once a month, we have club time. Club time is really an important time for me because it's a way for us to help our students build community, to build a sense of belonging in the school. And we've had huge success with that this year and last year. This semester, we're going to work more on culture by creating more bulletin boards and displays. Yes, bulletin boards and display culture. Well, we want to make sure that we're showcasing our students' achievements. We believe that this will assist in developing a deeper sense of community and belonging in our school, which could lead to improved attendance and increased student achievement. To assist us in ensuring greater consistency in implementing the standards and best practices, we're introducing classroom walkthroughs this semester. A walkthrough is basically an informal visit to a classroom to get a snapshot of what is happening, whether it be at the beginning of the lesson, the middle of the lesson, or the end of the lesson. It's not an evaluation. The data from these walkthroughs will give us a good idea of how we are progressing with our goals, what we need to work on, or what our teachers need support with. We also believe that will help us to reduce disruptions in the classroom and will help to develop capacity in the building. Basically, this will be an informal way for us to inspect what we expect. We believe that as a good school, we need to improve student engagement and the rigor of instruction. And this is by no means a small task. It's a mammoth task. By doing this, by improving the student engagement and the rigor of instruction, we believe that we will increase student achievement. Our walkthroughs, our advisory program, our focus on school culture, and our professional development plan will help us provide our students and teachers with the support that they need to make these gains. The gains we made last year and the gains we've made this half of this year are as a result of school-led and district-supported professional learning experiences, which have really helped our teachers to improve the quality of the instruction. And as a result, our students have responded with increased test scores. By quality of instruction, what I'm referring to right here is standards-based instruction at the level of rigor of the standards in a way that engages our learners to be active participants in the learning, not just passengers. At Pilgrim High School, it's very evident that our learning is important as an important part of our culture. Our teachers also provide extra support like tutoring and what we call blitz sessions before EOCs and exams to help students to prepare for these one-off assessments. We equate this as preparing for college playoffs or the Super Bowl. We believe that effective change can only be long-lasting with effective systems to support it. Last year, we started changing how we schedule students, and we've continued refining this year. An example, students who are at risk academically are placed in year-long EOC classes, which give our teachers the time they need to teach them the foundational skills and the content they're missing while teaching them the current course content. It gives them more time to learn. Another example of something we've done here, in biology, when we first arrived, we had a huge number of failures in biology. So now we use our data to make sure that students in 9th grade are only placed in biology if they're ready for it. If not, they take biology in the 10th grade. Why? Well, we can teach earth science and scaffold a lot of skills that they need to learn to develop to be better off and better ready for biology in the 10th grade. As a result of the last 2 years, we've made huge gains in biology. So that means that system works. This year, we introduced a course fair for rising 9th and 10th graders during the school day to ensure our students and parents knew what courses we offered, what the requirements of these courses were, what our students would be learning in these courses. Through this, we believe our students will be able to make better choices on courses they choose based on the pathway they want. This will also help lead them to having more commitment to the courses that they've chosen. We also believe that this helped to give our students and our teachers a greater voice in the scheduling process. Another example of a system we've refined this school year is seat time. They commonly use the acronym SEERS. We use Title I funds to purchase another graduation coach. That graduation coach helped us to develop student support teams. A student support team is basically an admin, a coach, and a counselor. So we've got one team for 9th and 11th grade, another team for 10th and 12th grade, to really focus our attention on the students and what they need to be successful. So with doing that, we're able to increase the level of support for those students and the level of accountability for them. Our coaches run bi-weekly reports, and then we meet with students, contact their parents, and to develop a plan to get them on track. Has it been effective? Well, last year we had 321 students that needed seat time recovery. This year, our number was reduced to 221. So clearly the system is working. What helps us with seat time is also like Zap the Zeros. Zap the Zeros and seat times help us to reduce the number of failures, which means we increase the number of students on track, which means we increase the possibility of students graduating on time, which is our ultimate goal. This year, the graduation coaches have also developed a data room to engage our staff in real-time student data to show them where all our students are at any one given time, and then with our teachers to develop a plan to get the students that are off track on track. As I stated earlier, our professional learning plan is based on relevant and meaningful student and school data. In order to improve the quality of instruction we provide, our teachers need to be supported and they need to be developed. Our teachers are provided whole-day learning experiences by our district instructional staff once per quarter. They also receive training and engage in collaborative data conversations during PLC time on Tuesdays during the school day, and once a month after school we provide training in implementing effective instructional strategies in the classrooms. We also provide opportunities to send our teachers to professional learning conferences of their choice. We really believe that the more opportunities we provide our teachers to grow and develop their craft, the more effective they will be in meeting the needs of our students. And with great pleasure that I say that I love you all and I love meeting with you, but this is a meeting that I would rather not attend because our goal is to get off that list. We're committed to do so, and we will not stop doing what we do until we improve the quality of instruction and we're off that list and moving towards good. Thank you for the support you give, and thank you for the time to allow us to share with you.
Mr. Bishton and Ms. Davis, thank you so much for your time tonight, Board. Any comments or questions?
I just have a quick comment. I mean, really quick. Both of you, I see the enthusiasm, and if you're gonna make change and you're gonna stir up a fire, you got to have a spark somewhere. So I like the fire time and the spark in the zap to zeros. I think you've got to make it, even though it's hard work, I think you've got to make it fun. You've got to be all in. You've got to have enthusiasm. And I mean, both of you got it. So I'm cheering for you.
Yes, and I'll second what he said. You both just made me smile so big. It really brings it back and reminds me, I'm sure the rest of the board, that this is why we're here, is for the kids. And I'm excited for you both. And Ms. Davis, if it's okay, I would love to give my book to you, so I signed it and get it to you after the meeting. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. So all those in favor of approving the improvement plans for Pilligan High School and Forts Pond Elementary School, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Moving on to item 12.2, local board approved courses. Do I hear a motion to approve local board approved courses as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the local board approved courses as presented by administration.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, Ms. Gaskins.
So courses that are not in the state's activity coding system require local board approval. Tonight you have in your board packets a list of all of the courses. Those in black font are courses that have been previously approved, and those that we are requesting approval for this year for the first time are in red font. A number of these courses do not require any extra sections. They just allow us to differentiate among levels, and they do not require any additional FTE allocations for schools, just further personalization. So Mr. Calhoun has worked really hard and will continue to do so alongside Dr. Erica Bissell to clean up this course code list. It's been a labor of love, and if you have any questions, again tonight, I will gladly direct them to him.
I was just curious why things like chorus and guitar and dance and theater were in red.
Yeah, so great question. We're bringing that to you tonight because of an interpretation we got from the State Department.
Okay.
Those are, if you look in the master list, they are half-credit courses at River Bluff High School. Okay, and so we got one interpretation through the audit that we asked for a couple years ago. I was still a principal then. And we got a different one. So we're bringing those to you at this time, and we'll move forward with that direction we were given through the State Department.
I see.
Okay,
So
those are
differentiating
half-credit
between
courses.
half credit versus full credit.
It is. It's done at River Bluff they really pair it with health or personal finance.
Okay.
It is a way that they also are trying to get more students inside of those fine arts, or at least exposure to them.
Board members have to approve, but can we take some of the classes, like piano? Just kidding.
They didn't have these available when you and I were in school.
And Mr. Rice, I mean, I don't know that I want to see you dance like that.
I just wanted to tickle the ivories, not tickle the toes.
Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries.
I think we're only opposed to Chris Danson.
I think he'd be good.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before the board takes up the next item, I just want to point out you don't need a motion on the floor before you
Right,
discuss it.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, board, before we consider any action for this agenda item, Ms. Gaskins, our Chief Academic Officer, will explain the instructional materials complaint policy, what steps have been taken in this particular complaint, and the next steps in the process. And then, if necessary, we'll get a motion on the table. So, Ms. Gaskins, it has been like your night tonight.
It has been. I will be glad when we're all done with it. I do want to walk us through this process because this is the first complaint we've received since the new instructional materials regulation has passed at the state level and you have revised your policies, KEC and Administrative Rule KECR. So a parent submitted a complaint on December 11th of 2024 for the Hunger Games, requesting that it be restricted to grades 9 through 12 only. And so following policy, a school committee convened within 15 school days of receiving that complaint. So we had winter break in there, and so that committee did not meet until January 15th. That committee then submitted their recommendation and report to a district committee that had 15 school days to meet from the receipt of that school report. That committee actually met today. And so I do not have the report to give you this evening, but it will be available before your next board meeting on February 25th. And so the new instructional materials regulation in your board policy requires that within 90 days of receiving the complaint, there is a quorum of the board, and I'm going to read this directly from the policy. A quorum of the board will conduct a public meeting to consider the complaint and at the public meeting vote to grant or deny in whole or part the relief requested from the complainant. So remember, the relief requested was that it be restricted to grades 9 through 12 only. You could approve that or deny in whole or part. The board may use discretion and in advance of the public meeting refer the complaint to a committee comprised of at least 3 district board members to conduct a review of the complaint and the challenged material and to provide a report and recommendation to the full board to be considered and either adopted or rejected at the public meeting. And so on February 25th, you all will need to take a vote on whether you're going to provide the relief requested by the complainant, and you just need to decide if you would like a subcommittee of 3 members to also review it in addition to the school committee and district committee who have already reviewed it.
Okay, so just recapping. Board members, on February 28th, we will have a meeting where we will have to make a decision on this, the complaint that the parent has brought to us. We have 2 options in front of us. Option number 1 is that we take the district level committee's report and recommendation and take action at the February meeting, or we choose to form a Board of Trustees ad hoc instructional materials review committee to review the Hunger Games and then move forward at the February 28th meeting. So she said 25th, but I think it's, my notes say 28th, but I could be wrong. At our February meeting. At our February meeting. So there are some pros and cons probably to each thought. I'll open it up to you guys. Do you have any gut reactions on, here's what I will say. If we choose to form an ad hoc committee amongst ourselves, we are fortunate that she said this is our first book review that's been brought to us. But there are other districts that have upwards of 97 of these. And that could be a heavy lift on us board members, considering the district already has a committee that's just finished meeting and reviewing it today. So my personal thought probably would be to stick with that committee. But what do y'all think?
I agree with you. I mean, I think we listen, take their recommendation, and then base our opinion on their recommendation. But that's my opinion, so I'll go with the will of the board.
I agree with that as well. take what we've got. You can beat a good horse to death, but I'm kind of torn about the whole thing. I can't disagree that this particular book maybe is too sensitive for middle school students, although many of the
Mr.
students
Anderson,
have probably seen.
we're going to save our our discussion for next month.
Okay.
This is just about the process.
But
Yeah.
I'm in agreement that I'm not in favor of doing an ad hoc committee, that we go with the recommendation of Ms. Gaskins, her department, and those people who have researched it.
Okay.
Okay?
I agree.
I'll be the odd man out. I'm fine reading a book if someone has, I don't really want to read 97 of them, but I'm fine.
And nothing is stopping you from reading that book.
Oh, I know.
Right. So,
So, Madam Chair, just take me back to the subject. So we're discussing whether we will follow the first option or the second option.
That's correct.
At the February 25th meeting. We're not taking action tonight, or?
We
Okay.
will decide option 1 or 2 tonight.
Okay.
And to clarify, we only need a motion if we want to create the subcommittee, correct?
Yes.
And I guess the only question I have in general is our district level committee that we have now, does that committee include some community input already?
It does. There's a clergy member, a parent, a school librarian, and a coordinator. In this case, it was the language arts coordinator because the book is used in English, and the level director. And because this was in middle schools, Dr. Smith was our executive level director who served on the committee, and it's facilitated by Dr. Erica Bissell.
Okay. In my opinion, I feel confident with that team, even though I've seen all of the movies and everything like that. And I didn't read the book, but I'm pretty intimate with the story. But I would trust their judgment and what their recommendation is and kind of approach that from that point.
Okay. All right, sounds like we will move forward next month with hearing from the district level committee's report. And the parent, that's right, the parent will also come. It's a hearing, okay.
So
Okay.
do we need to vote on one of the options?
I think we're going to just stick with the policy that she stated with the district's committee.
All right.
Moving on to item 12.4, that's our academic calendar revisions. Do I hear a motion to approve the revisions for the 25-26 academic calendar?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to amend the 25-26 academic calendar as presented, but to table the collaborative planning days for another discussion another time.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Do we need to address your?
I had just asked for a motion. She hasn't put, this is the first motion.
I say second.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to review these proposed changes, which discuss basically the weather makeup days and e-learning, but to table the discussion of collaborative planning days. Okay, so
how would that look exactly? We would potentially approve this, but not address any changes to collaborative planning? Is that kind of what the proposal is?
My understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know who I'm looking at. The currently approved 25-26 academic calendar states the comment about the weather makeup days and e-learning.
Yes.
It also does not currently include the collaborative planning dates.
Correct.
So my motion is to amend the calendar with the weather makeup day verbiage change as presented, but not to put the collaborative planning dates on the calendar.
And
at
just
this
out of
time.
curiosity, because you want to discuss it at a later date.
So it's confusing in policy and in general practice. I've received, and I know some other board members have as well, and I've shared some of this with the superintendents, a lot of feedback and confusion on what collaborative planning days are for. And this is not, this year has been a unfortunate weather year for us. But what it, I think, has created is some challenges in parents' eyes and teachers' eyes of a lot of lost time in school, because we're having to have more half days than we would normally have, and we have more days off than we would normally have because of the weather situation. And I think it would warrant a deeper conversation about collaborative planning and what the guardrails, not to overuse that term, are before we put them on the calendar publicly and have to potentially address it later again.
May I ask the board's permission just to consider one thing related to the collaborative planning dates, and just the majority of our elementary schools will be in year 2 of the state required literacy training next year, and so we have to secure those dates now to get a trainer. And it's 6 hours of training in the fall. It's way beyond that, but we have used 2 collaborative planning sessions in the fall and 2 collaborative planning sessions in the spring to do that training. So that would be 6 hours of training teachers would have to do outside of the school day if we're not able to do it during the collaborative planning session. So I'm not advising that you not table the discussion, but I'd just like your permission to go ahead and schedule those dates with the department, because if we don't, we won't be able to secure our trainer and get our preference in a way that's manageable and meaningful to our teachers.
And let me clarify, I am not suggesting we get rid of collaborative planning dates as a whole. I'm just suggesting that we have a deeper conversation at a later time when we have a little bit more time. I would not be opposed to that particular approach.
So then,
Mr. Anderson is suggesting I would need to amend my motion, but I think you'll have to vote on the motion first before I can amend it, or I can amend it.
withdraw your motion.
I don't want to withdraw the motion.
Actually, I think we understand what we need to do. Ms. Gaskins is simply informing you that we need to commit to those days. If we have to handle it some other way, we'll handle it some other way. But we need to commit to those days, to the State Department on those particular days, and the fall and the spring.
Right.
And it isn't, the teachers have to spend way more time than 6 hours, because there's all this reading and studying and work they have to do to prepare. That's just the actual training time. The letters training is like the equivalent of another master's degree. And if we don't handle it through collaborative planning, we can simply do early dismissal in those schools that are doing the letters training and come back, as long as you have an understanding. So I think we're good. You don't need to revise your motion. We have a ladies and gentlemen's understanding that we can move forward with, because we have a high level of trust.
Okay.
So we're happy with that. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Discussion. So discussing the academic calendar. Who am I turning that over to?
It's me. So the revisions you see reflected on the draft calendar, they did add the 6 collaborative planning days, but we won't talk about that right now. But it clarified the language on weather makeup days. Before, there was a statement about there being no school for students and staff, so that language has been removed, because we would in fact have school if we needed to use that as a weather makeup day. And at the bottom, you'll notice that we specify that e-learning will only take place if we can do it on the day of the actual inclement weather. So those are the 2 major changes.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions or comments?
So we are still, on weather days that say the school is closed, we're still going to go with e-learning. That's allowable.
What she's saying is if it's possible. So like at the beginning of the school year when we had the hurricane come through, and it was the second day of school, e-learning wasn't possible. So we did an in-person day. Or is that going to be our February date? No, we already did
That was
that
the
in-person
October
day.
weather makeup day.
October.
But what we're saying, moving forward, we would not do e-learning on a weather makeup day. We would only use e-learning if it were possible on the day we're missing school because of inclement weather.
Like last week, Wednesday and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that the 3 weather makeup days that are in the calendar
Or in person.
would be in person or would be e-learning?
In person.
They would be in person if we needed to use them, because we couldn't do e-learning on the day we were out for inclement weather.
But they would not be used, so it would just be a day off from school, correct?
Correct.
If we didn't need to use them.
And that would be the first line of defense, basically.
So if we could do e-learning on the day of the inclement weather, we would do the e-learning. If we couldn't, we would do the weather makeup day.
But is there a way to use our weather makeup days before we go to e-learning? Does that make sense?
It does. The hard part about that is with our credit-bearing courses, when we may miss the days in the spring semester, but the makeup days don't fall until the spring semester. I'm sorry, did I say that backwards? We miss them in the fall and can't make them up until the spring. It really is, yes.
So what did we ever do before e-learning? I mean, really, what was the answer to that?
What we used to do was, long time ago, we didn't make up days.
You just forgave them.
Long time ago. And then we began to make up 3 days. And then we went to e-learning plus the 3 days. So there's a total of actually 8 days you could miss, because you can have up to 5 e-learning days, and then you have the 3 weather makeup days. So that allows for 8 days of inclement weather, theoretically, without students missing everything. We're not arguing that an e-learning day is as productive as an in-person day, but it gives you both options then for the makeup days. And then after those 8 days, we have to ask for forgiveness.
And do we know, like, when the last time that happened was?
I don't know the last time in Lexington won. I can tell you in the coastal counties, because of hurricanes, that does happen. But sometimes, like now, the law's really clear. If you want to make up days, you extend the school day by up to an hour a day until you've made up the lost time. Or you go to school on Saturday. You can go to school on a holiday. Or you can extend the school year.
Or what about like half days that we have on the calendar? Could we take those away and make them up that way?
No.
It doesn't count as an extra day because a half day counts as a full day. So we wouldn't make up a day by adding another.
Yeah, if you took 2 half days back, then that would be 1 full day, but no.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just trying to, I would just maybe like a little bit more data on how many times has that happened in the past? You know, before e-learning, what did we do? And in the past 10 years, like how many times would we have had to extend the school year? You know what I mean? Because we talk a lot about like what ifs, but what exactly has happened in the past and how did we handle it? I'm not saying there's not any place for e-learning, but I just know that nobody's learning anything on e-learning, and the standards that we're supposed to be following, I don't know that we are.
I do want to address that we are also going to spend some time this spring looking at our practices, getting a lot more feedback like we've done with grading around e-learning.
And Ms. McCowan, back in the dark ages, and it's still an option through the guidelines of the Department of Education, we did Saturday school, you know, but I think in today's world that's cost prohibitive because all of our hourly employees would go into overtime, and it would be very expensive to operate school on a Saturday. Besides being very unpopular.
Board, I'd like to make a recommendation, and I know we're in the middle of a motion. But there's a lot of thought and reasoning behind how we set our calendar. And some of the information may not be understood by the full board or even some of the community, i.e. collaborative planning days. But I I would hate to kind of lock us up into kind of a paralysis of being able to kind of move forward and improve our calendar so that our schools can do planning, et cetera. If the concern is not necessarily I want to get rid of collaborative planning days, but I just want to understand them more, I don't know that we should hold up finalizing our calendar to wait to learn unless there's a significant concern with collaborative planning days, which we could still address in the future. I feel like we're getting a little kind of hung up in the minutia when we do have larger questions about e-learning, but we understand that as part of this, we're addressing part of that, and we're having ongoing conversations, and it feels like we're getting a little bogged down here.
To clarify, though, the calendar that is currently published does not have the collaborative planning dates on it, and the previous board approved that calendar on April 16th of 2024 without the collaborative planning dates on it. So
And
we
our
do have an approved calendar in front of the public.
We do, and our community has asked for the dates earlier than they normally get them, so I think that's part of the reason of us trying to get it out sooner, too.
They've also asked us to talk about collaborative planning dates as well.
I think we have to be mindful, too, that we have community members who reach out to us directly, but our district also has community members who reach out to them often and are community members. And we need to be careful not necessarily to give a single community member who happens to reach out to you directly more weight than the other community members who are reaching out. So I think that's just something we need to be mindful of as a board.
To clarify the collaborative planning feedback, it was not a single person. It was a collective, large number of quotes that I sent into the team and shared with everybody.
Madam Chair, I move to the previous question.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table. Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. And all those in favor of approving the changes to the academic calendar regarding the weather makeup days, taking the part off that says no school for students and staff, and clarifying that we will do e-learning if it can be done on the actual inclement weather day, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Nay.
Then the motion carries. All right, Ms. Miller, item 12.5, ratification of financial transaction. Do I hear a motion to ratify a RICOR financial transaction?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to ratify the transaction made in fiscal year 2024-25 for the electronic payment software purchased from RICOR, acknowledging the prior cost savings achieved in fiscal year 2023-24.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All right, Ms. Miller.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Kathy Henson, Superintendent Dr. Postwaite, Superintendent-elect Dr. Price, and board members. This evening, just per our procurement code, I bring forward to you this transaction that we need the board to approve. This actually goes back to the spring of 2023 when the district requested a proposal, an RFP, for the electronic payment software. Following the RFP process outlined in our code, RICOR was awarded the contract with the district for the software. Considering the time needed for planning and implementation of that software and to take advantage of a cost savings opportunity during the planning year, the purchase order that had been created in fiscal year 24 was partially disencumbered with a change order instead of rolling it forward to fiscal year 25. I know that's a lot of accounting terms, and you have no idea what I'm saying. So, in other words, the district ultimately saved $50,000. And by doing that, we did not have a purchase order in the system when we started fiscal year 25. And so now we just have a technicality that we had a transaction that occurred without a proper purchase order because we changed what we had in the system instead of just letting it roll forward. So simple transaction, saved us $50,000. We just need the board to approve it. The software's doing great. I think parents have enjoyed paying electronically. It's going to make things more efficient in the long run. It was a little clunky when we rolled it out, but ultimately, I believe my colleagues did the right thing in saving the district money, and we just need the board to approve it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Board, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a quick question. Is this just a formality to handle the accounting and the finance that was done? I mean, does the board have to approve it because it's at a certain dollar threshold? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Typically, I would just approve these, but because of the dollar amount, I had to bring it forward to the board.
That's a great question, Mr. Rice. Mr. Pizzuti?
Yeah, and I appreciate the district staff being good stewards and saving us money. Don't get me wrong on that. But this is kind of like an anomaly. This doesn't happen all the time.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, I'm all for saving money, but I wouldn't want to see us get in the habit
No.
of doing stuff like this.
And it's really unfortunate because obviously we put it through the procurement process. Everybody knew it was happening. We did an RFP. It was in the budget for fiscal year 25. So it's not like somebody just went ahead and bought something without approval. It's just a technicality.
Wonderful. Anyone else? All right, all those in favor of ratifying the RICOR financial transaction, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, moving on to item 13.0. You have received the following monthly financial reports for your information. The monthly general fund financial report for December 2024, the monthly general fund budget transfers report for December 24, monthly capital projects report for December 24, the monthly unauthorized procurements report for December 24, and the minority business report. Board, do you have questions for Ms. Miller?
I know it's been a long evening. I'm happy to go over the new report with you if you want me to, or we can just defer to the next meeting and go over it then.
For the fund budget?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
For item 13.2, no.
It should be 13.1. There's
Yes,
two
13.1,
documents.
sorry. For 13.1, does anyone have any questions? Okay.
Do you just want to quickly
Sure.
update on just what the change was?
Sure, it's just a new report. It was a request to have the general fund balance amount at a monthly amount reported to the board. So I just created a spreadsheet that shows you that, and it just breaks it out by the category because what we submit to the state is just a total dollar amount. And I felt it would be probably more beneficial for the board to see the breakout so you can actually see what is restricted by the board and what is unassigned. I think the only point I would want to bring out, if you look at December 31st, you can see that starting in September, we had to start using the amount that was budgeted out of the fund balance, and we are almost depleting that as of December 31st. You only have $500,000 left in that. Now, that will get replenished when we start collecting local taxes, but that is just proof of the importance of having a fund balance so that you can stay in compliance with your board policy of having 16.67% in unassigned fund balance and not having to take out a loan and incur additional costs for the district.
Thank you very much, Miller. All right, board. So February is a busy month. The January 23rd strategic plan workshop was canceled due to the inclement weather. It's been rescheduled for February 4th. The district's teacher recruitment fair is this Saturday at White Knoll High School beginning at 8 a.m. It's always a fun time to go out and meet and greet with all of the people coming. If you have friends or family who are in the education field, let them know. We also have a finance workshop on February 13th and our regular monthly meeting on February 25th. Whew. All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Have a great evening.